Thank you, Commissioner. The hearing today is the final scheduled day of public hearings of the Royal Commission. As I will further outline in a moment, the witnesses to be called today will continue to address initiatives designed to enhance social cohesion, which has been the focus of this 9th block of hearings, with a particular focus on the steps taken in the wake of the attack to unite and bring hope to the community. The last few witnesses this afternoon, who are members of the Jewish community in Melbourne and Sydney, will return us to Bondi to offer their final reflections on the Bondi Hanukkah attack. The interim report of you, Commissioner, was delivered on the 30th of April 2026. In the 4 months since that time, public and closed hearings of the Commission have been almost continuous, and 346 witnesses have been called in 9 thematic hearing blocks over 62 hearing days. Evidence has been led covering each and every aspect of the terms of reference. Some of the hearings have had to be conducted in closed sessions to avoid prejudice to the criminal proceedings, or to avoid the public revelation of security arrangements that could compromise the work of law enforcement agencies or be used against Jewish community organisations. Some of the hearings had to be conducted in classified and closed sessions, including weeks of evidence in Hearing Block 2, in which officers of ASIO, the AFP and New South Wales Police were examined. The hearings of the Commission are and have been central to the work of the Commission, but there are other vital sources of information. In addition to evidence-led at hearings, the Commission has obtained a great deal of material using its compulsory powers. Some 788 notices have been issued to date, requiring specified categories of documents to be produced or specified information to be provided. Approximately 550,000 pages have been provided under compulsion. The materials produced have been and continue to be assessed by counsel assisting and solicitors assisting the Commission. In addition to the material obtained by compulsory process, the Commission has received more than 20,000 public submissions. The majority of those submissions have been identified as submitted by members of the Jewish community, which provide direct and moving accounts indicating the nature and prevalence of anti-Semitism today. It is clear from the balance that very many non-Jewish Australians have likewise made submissions raising their concerns about the rise and impact of anti-Semitism. It is a powerful confirmation that anti-Semitism is a stain on the whole community, and that a properly functioning democracy rests on the safety of all parts and all communities that make up our society. The outpouring in submissions of public feeling and opinion is very significant. There are very many distressing accounts of anti-Semitism and very many thoughtful and hopeful suggestions for the future. The Commission is immensely grateful for the willingness of so many to share deeply personal accounts of their lives and experiences. The Commission is also well aware that while we have received accounts of a great breadth and range of experiences of anti-Semitism, there may be some stories that will remain untold because some members of the Jewish community are simply not prepared to come forward to give evidence at all, even with the protections afforded by pseudonyms and the other measures implemented by the Commission for some witnesses. Nevertheless, the contents of the public submissions provide an exceptionally broad and important resource for you, Commissioner, to consider and address many of the terms of reference. Processes were put in place many months ago for the review of all of the submissions, which vary from short email accounts or contentions to highly sophisticated submissions, including expert reports. Many of the witnesses called to give oral evidence were originally identified from the submissions they made as individuals or on behalf of organisations. I noted during my opening submissions for Hearing Block 2, by reference to the need to conduct some hearings out of view of the public, that a consequence was that those who are following the hearings of the Commission would see only part of the story. There has been and continues to be a high level of public interest in the work of the Commission, appropriately, and there are many commentators upon, and indeed occasional critics of, the work of the Commission. However, the nature and scope of the Royal Commission's investigations are such that the public record is not a complete picture of the work of the Commission at the moment, and such commentary is necessarily made without an appreciation of the full scope of evidence and material that is available to you, Commissioner, and that informs the work of counsel and solicitors assisting. The research staff of the Commission, the solicitors assisting, the counsel assisting team, and of course you yourself, Commissioner, will after today continue the ongoing process of analysis and assessment of the materials obtained by the Commission. A procedure is already in place by which submissions of counsel assisting for each hearing block have been or will be provided to those parties who are granted leave to appear in each hearing block, and those parties granted leave to respond to submissions on particular issues. The responsive submissions of those parties will be taken into consideration in the course of the preparation by you, Commissioner, of the final report. Considerations of procedural fairness will be kept in mind throughout the coming months, and persons or organisations at risk of adverse findings will have an opportunity to be heard before adverse findings are made. Before the first witness this morning, I will briefly outline some of the evidence to be called today. The first witness will reflect on measures that were put in place to build social cohesion in the wake of the attack at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh in the United States. That witness wishes to share lessons that may be of assistance in the ongoing recovery effort after the Bondi attack. Other witnesses will speak of initiatives implemented to build the community after the Bondi attack itself, from bringing women's groups together, to a paddle out into the surf, to handing out food and drink at the memorial site, to publishing a children's book to help process trauma, and bringing members of the community back into the Chabad Bondi shul to build bridges. Mr. Joseph Posta, the former CEO of Multicultural New South Wales, will speak to the development of the One Mitzvah for Bondi campaign. Later this afternoon, we will hear from Miss Janina Bassat, AM. As a young child, she and her mother and two other members of her extended family in Poland survived the Holocaust and came to Australia. She is now a retired lawyer, and for decades, from about 1980, she was a very prominent leader in the Jewish community in Melbourne, which she continues that work as a board member of the Melbourne Holocaust Museum Foundation, and indeed as a participant in some of the museum's activities. She is also a current member of the Board of Guardians of the Door Foundation, a Jewish community organisation of real significance from which the Commission has heard substantial evidence. Ms. Bassat reflects on her life in Australia, on anti-Semitism, and on what the future might hold. The final witness to be called today is Rabbi Ulman, who has been a rabbi of the Chabad of Bondi for 40 years. As is widely known, Rabbi Ulman himself lost family members in the Hanukkah attack. We are deeply grateful that he will do the Commission the honour of making a closing statement today.
Thank you, Mr. Lancaster. I'm conscious that many members of the community, and particularly members of the Jewish community, must find it frustrating that a royal commission established in the aftermath of the Bondi Hanukkah attack has not been seen publicly to be investigating what led to the attack and whether it might have been prevented. As Mr. Lancaster has noted, the Commission has had to take care to conduct its inquiry in a way that does not occasion prejudice to pending criminal proceedings. And this has necessitated examination of the third term of reference, which relates to the attack, being conducted in closed hearings. The outcome of those hearings will be the subject of a confidential volume to the Commission's final report. After the conclusion of the criminal proceedings, I propose that substantial parts of the confidential volumes of the interim and final reports should be made public. Some areas of the Commission's investigation will of necessity remain confidential because they relate to matters of national security. there has been publicity about a person known as Marcus, who wishes to give evidence to the Commission about information that he gave to ASIO that is relevant to the Bondi Hanukkah attack. Marcus is overseas. According to reports, he has been refused a visa to return to Australia on the ground that the Department of Home Affairs is not satisfied that he has a genuine intention of staying temporarily in Australia. The Minister for Home Affairs, the Honourable Tony Burke MP, last Friday was reported as saying that any information that Marcus possesses has been declassified and could be given publicly to the Commission on an AVL platform or by telephone. Before the Minister's announcement, the Commission had been in contact with Marcus's solicitors. With the assistance of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, the Commission put in place arrangements for Marcus to attend at a nominated overseas venue where Australian officials would be in a position to provide him with a secure line to enable him to speak with counsel assisting. The Commission proposed any date in the fortnight beginning 24 August in this respect. Marcus's solicitors have responded expressing his concern that this option doesn't engage certain legal protections, and to date Marcus has not taken up the offer. I should note that Mr Lancaster and the solicitors assisting the Commission have spoken to Marcus. This occurred some months ago. The discussion had to be conducted with a degree of circumspection because it was not being held on a secure line. Nonetheless, in broad terms, the Commission has an understanding of the matters that Marcus is in a position to state. As I've emphasised, this inquiry must be conducted in a way that doesn't occasion prejudice to the current criminal proceedings. Calling Marcus in public, whether by AVL platform or otherwise, would occasion that prejudice, and for that reason it will not occur. Marcus's dealings with ASIO took place in 2019, more than 6 years ago. The Commission is in possession of the contemporaneous reports detailing the information that Marcus gave to ASIO in 2019. The ASIO officers who were responsible for assessing that information at the time have been called to give evidence at closed hearings of the Commission and have been examined on those documents. In my experience, when looking at events that occurred some years earlier, the surest guide to the accurate determination of the facts is to be found in the contents of the contemporaneous documents. Regardless of whether Marcus chooses to cooperate further with the Commission, I am satisfied that I am currently in a position to give a full and fair account of the term of reference which asks whether, in relation to the Bondi Hanukkah attack, our intelligence and our law enforcement agencies operated or performed to maximum effectiveness. The Bondi Hanukkah attack came after more than 2 years of a marked increase in anti-Semitism throughout Australia. One of the Commission's most important terms of reference requires the assessment of the impact of that anti-Semitism on the daily life of Jewish Australians. Leaders of the major Jewish representative bodies have given evidence of the reports they received from their members of the increase in anti-Semitic incidents. But predominantly, the Commission's focus has been on hearing from ordinary Jewish Australians from all walks of life. Added to this substantial body of evidence are the thousands of personal submissions made by Jewish Australians telling of their experience of anti-Semitism, and the reports of our community engagement team, which to date has conducted 150 events attended by groups of Jewish Australians, many from quite small Jewish communities all around Australia. The Australian Jewish community is small in numbers. There are estimated to be fewer than 120,000 members. This commission has heard directly from more than 14,000 of them. The commission is well placed to document the nature and extent of the anti-Semitism that has flourished in Australia against a backdrop of events in the Middle East, particularly since the 7th of October 2023. Laying out the picture of the lived experience of anti-Semitism is a critical part of any steps to combat that phenomenon. Finally, I'm required to present my final report to the Governor-General and the Governors of the states not later than the 14th of December 2026. The Commission has worked to address each of the terms of reference in accordance with that timetable, and I do not seek any meaningful extension of it. Among other considerations, I note the evidence that has been given by senior public officials that the implementation of important policy proposals is awaiting the recommendations of this Commission. The 14th of December is the anniversary of the massacre. It will be a solemn occasion marked by memorials. I'm aware of concern within the Jewish community that delivery of the report on the anniversary would be a distraction. I fully understand that concern, and to avoid that distraction, I have asked for a short extension of the term with a view to the submission of my final report on Friday the 18th of December. I will now briefly adjourn to enable the pool camera to be removed.
Might I have leave to say something just for 1 minute in response to what's happened already this morning,
Yes,
Commissioner?
indeed, Mr. Sheehan.
Your Honour, on behalf of my clients, we are acutely conscious of the legal constraints under which this Commission operates. May I say that we have only respect for the judgments that the Commission has made with a view to giving effect to those, to recognising those constraints. May I also say we have only respect and the greatest gratitude for the tremendous amount of work that has been done by the Commission, Council assisting, solicitors assisting, and those who support them. Up to this point, we are conscious more than most that the conduct of an inquiry of this kind involves work an order of magnitude beyond what is ever seen in public, of necessity, and we recognise that. We're very grateful for it. We also recognise there is a lot of work yet to be done, and indeed the final report of this Commission, as we see it, will not so much be a conclusion as a new start, but we wanted to express our gratitude for what has been done and achieved so far, which is not inconsiderable.
Mr. Sheehan, those remarks are very much appreciated. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Hager.
Commissioner, I call Laura Ellsworth, who is appearing via AVL.
Yes. Good morning. Do you wish to take an oath or make an affirmation?
I'm happy to take an oath.
Right, thank you.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Ms Ellsworth, can you see and hear me?
I can.
Thank you. Could you please state your name?
My name is Laura Ellsworth.
And you have prepared a statement for the Commission which bears the date 24 August on the front, but was in fact signed on the 23rd of August, your time, so we'll treat it as bearing that date. Do you have a copy of that statement there with you?
I do.
And is that still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Commissioner, I tender that statement, stat.899.001.0685_R.
Yes, Ms. Ellsworth's statement will be received as an exhibit.
And there is an exhibit to that statement, which is a submission made by Eradicate Hate, which I also tender, which is stat.899.001.0686.
Yes, the next submission will be a separate exhibit.
Ms Ellsworth, you are co-founder and co-chair of the Board of Directors of Eradicate Hate.
That's correct.
And I'll ask you a little bit more about that organisation shortly. But in terms of your background, you are a qualified legal practitioner and have been a trial lawyer for over 40 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're currently of counsel at the global law firm Jones Day.
I am.
And you've been head of their Pittsburgh office for almost 15 years.
I was head of the office for 15 years or so, yes.
And you're also Jones Day's first head of global community service initiatives, is that right?
Correct.
Which is described as spearheading the firm's rule of law initiatives around the world.
Correct.
You've also had a number of other roles, including on the boards of public companies and civic and charitable organisations.
I have.
And I hope you don't mind me noting you've also received a number of awards for your civic work, including the Righteous Among Neighbours Award and the Pursuer of Peace Award for your work in founding the Eradicate Hate Global Summit, which we'll come to discuss shortly.
Yes.
Now, Ms Ellsworth, can I come immediately to ask you about the events that led to the establishment of Eradicate Hate? Could you please start by telling us about what happened in Pittsburgh on the 27th of October 2018?
Yes. On that day, October 27th, 2018, the United States experienced the largest loss of life in an anti-Semitic crime on U.S. soil in U.S. history. And it happened in my town. 11 worshippers from 3 congregations were slaughtered at the Tree of Life Synagogue and 6 others, including 4 police officers, were critically injured. And like many other Pittsburghers, I stood in front of my television and I watched that going on. And I knew people who were in the synagogue. I knew the people who were standing on the street outside looking for their loved ones. I knew the police officers who were running toward the fire. I knew those familiar streets because I had lived in that neighborhood. And I felt so helpless to do anything. And I knew that it happened. I knew things like this happened in the world, but not to my friends and not in my community. And when I say my community, I should preface that by saying I'm talking about Pittsburgh, because I am not myself Jewish, but the men and women who were killed that day were friends and neighbors and colleagues and people who had devoted their lives to helping people throughout Pittsburgh for decades. And the attack on them was an attack on the entire community of which they were a part. And Eradicate Hate was that community's response to that attack on our own.
Of that attack, you've noted in your statement that following the attack, the Muslim community were one of the first communities to reach out to the Jewish community. Is that right?
Absolutely true.
And then you've
to
also,
the Jewish community, to the families, absolutely.
And you've also noted that just months later, many of those involved in the attack in Pittsburgh did the same for victims of the Christchurch attack when that followed.
Absolutely.
Following that attack in Pittsburgh, you decided to take some action. What did you do in the days following the attack?
So within days after the attack, I reached out to the person who became ultimately my co-founder of Eradicate Hate, Mark Nordenberg, who was at the time the Chancellor Emeritus of the University of Pittsburgh. And together, we reached out to other community leaders and talked to them about a very broad concept, which was really twofold. Number one, how would it be that Pittsburgh would be remembered, not for what that killer did, but for how we as a community responded, and how we would make it so that if those friends and neighbors and community members of ours were going to be gone, we were going to make sure that their lives stood for something inspirational and good of our design, and not for the evil of what was done to them and to us. And we began to talk about the creation of an organization that would focus on solutions to identity-based hate.
And could you describe what the general purpose of Eradicate Hate is?
Yes. So the overarching purpose is to bring experts together across borders, across disciplines, and organize them around teams that can drive actual solutions. One of the things we quickly learned after Tree of Life is that there were many people who could point to the causes and the problems that may have led to this event, but there were precious few people who could point to actual solutions for how communities could prevent this happening or how they could help themselves recover. And so Pittsburgh had to learn some of those things themselves, and we thought of a way that we could build structure around driving solutions, and it was really 3 parts that were foundational to us. Number one, we wanted to focus on all types of identity-based hate. Obviously anti-Semitism, because that is what had come to our community. It was also anti-immigrant hate that had come to our community. But we focus on any kind of identity-based hate, whether it is based on race, religion, ethnicity, gender, any category that makes someone a target simply because of who they are. Those all come within our ambit. The second major approach is that we are multidisciplinary. We look at every field, and we include every field in our work, because our thesis is the eradication of hate and the prevention of hate-fueled violence belongs to every single one of us. It is not somebody else's job. It is not government's job or law enforcement or tech companies. Every single one of us, regardless of who we are or what we do for a living or where we live or how old we are, has a role that we can play in our own lives and in our own professional and social circles to prevent identity-based hate.
And can I just pause you there and ask about that second limb of the approach? You said it's multidisciplinary, and you've noted in your statement that includes expertise from business, law enforcement, behavioural science, education, medicine, law, technology, academia, government policy, arts, sports and civil society. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you've also noted as part of that second limb of the approach that it brings different sectors of the community together, from government to civil society and the private sector. How do you go about bringing those different sectors together?
So we do our best to identify those who we think are doing the best work in the world in those sectors. We invite them to come to Eradicate Hate, share their expertise, share their ideas, and then we form working groups. And we identify something that we call a deliverable, a thing that doesn't exist but should. And we organize people around the creation of that deliverable, and then we support that through Eradicate Hate, and we give them a 1-year deadline of our next annual global summit to be on their feet explaining how they did. And one of the things that we have found is that when you mix people from different disciplines, you find a greater outcome than any of them would have figured out in their own isolated discipline. But when you mix them together, they have a wonderful force that produces really novel ideas. And that's one of the strongest powers of Eradicate Hate.
And we'll come to some of those ideas shortly. You were coming to the third element of the general approach. Could you speak to that, please?
Yep. We are victim-centered. And that doesn't mean that we are focused on victimhood. What we are focused on is victim engagement. Because one of the things we learned in our own community is the incredible power of victim voices to prevent harm, to educate people, to inform about their experience. And in the law, in my field, as you know, we have things called lay witnesses, lay experts, people who can become an expert witness based on their life experience. And we have found that the survivors of all different kinds of hate-fueled violence have a wisdom and an insight about their own experience that informs our response. It helps people who are responding do their jobs better because we hear from those who were actually impacted what it felt like from their perspective. And so the involvement of survivors has been critically important to us and will remain so in all of the work that we do.
Can I then ask you about some of the programs that have been put in place? So as you've outlined, one key forum for bringing together experts across the world is the Global Summit that occurs every year, where deliverables are agreed and then reported on the following year. Is another way that you bring together practitioners from different disciplines, what you describe as the Prevention Practitioners Network?
And that is an example. So we work often on a problem solution method. And so a problem that the field faced was that clinicians, mental health providers, frontline workers really weren't trained in how to deal with people who were descending into extremism or were trying to get out of extremist cultures. And so we built what's called the PPN, the Prevention Practitioners Network, which is a group of over 1,200 people in the United States now who we train year-round on the cutting-edge science on those issues. We provide them an opportunity to dialogue with one another, and we help other groups such as law enforcement who are looking for that sort of support in a particular community. We help them find that support among this clinical group.
And as you've described, one aim is to assist them in providing appropriate and direct services to prevent targeted violence. Is one example of that something you've outlined in your submission, which is where you work together with experts at Harvard and the Boston Children's Hospital to develop specific treatment protocols for patients exhibiting the warning signs of violent extremism.
Exactly. That is one That is one aspect of the work of the PPN.
And you mentioned earlier the victim-centred approach. How has Eradicate Hate gone about harnessing those powerful stories and experiences to work to prevent hate-fueled violence?
So we have a survivors working group, which is working at the moment as we speak on a manual basically that will speak to the different constituencies that interact with survivors in the immediate aftermath. So whether it is emergency workers, hospital personnel, police, neighbors, all different, the court system, they basically are sharing their experiences and providing advice to those entities on how best to be mindful of and have productive relationships with survivors in those settings. We also work with an organization called REACH, which is an acronym for Remember, Educate, and Combat Hate. And that's an illustration of one of the ways that Eradicate Hate works. That is a program that is not run by Eradicate Hate, but it was founded by people who came to Eradicate Hate, met other professionals in the field, developed a program where they work with survivors to make sure to train the survivors and make sure that they know how to tell their stories in ways that are not re-traumatizing to them, and also work with people who would like those speakers to come and speak with them to know how to work with a survivor. And we then promote REACH to all of the groups that we work with, the hundreds of people that we work with around the world. And we also plug them into other projects of Eradicate Hate, like our Student Summit, so that their speakers can go to the Student Summit. And that's an illustration of Eradicate Hate doesn't want to move into the field and be the only person doing the work. What we want to do is catalyze talented people, enable them to do the work, provide the connections to them around the world that allow them to do that work, and then support them and help spread that good work to other initiatives involved in Eradicate Hate. So it exponentially increases the impact of those things that we're able to propagate.
And what does that student summit involve that you mentioned?
So the Student Summit originally arose when we brought a number of students, high school students, to Eradicate Hate to watch a film called Repairing the World that was made about the Pittsburgh community's response to Tree of Life. And in that film are a number of survivors and other individuals. And at the conclusion of the film, we bring out the survivors and the individuals who they just watched in the film, and here they are live engaging with the students and talking to the students. And what we saw the students do fairly spontaneously was go back to their own school, start an Eradicate Hate club of their own, devise their own programming for one another, then for their parents, then for their community. And we were so taken by the work that we did, that they did, that we formed an entire initiative around that we now do in partnership with Tree of Life Inc. to bring more and more schools into that work. We do 2 student summits a year that help encourage and broaden that work throughout schools. And we're now working with other communities to help them found their own student summits in their own communities in their own ways.
You've also mentioned Eradicate Hate's involvement in facilitating collaborations between the tech sector and the private sector to foster solutions that, for example, remove anti-Semitic content from online spaces. Are you able to give an example of the sorts of solutions that have been developed?
Sure, and they are discussed in more detail in the original submission that we did, but some of them are video games that embed Holocaust narratives. Some of them are collaborations between major platform companies and private companies that, for example, can help identify anti-Semitic content online. And one of the collaborations that was reported several years ago at the summit on the stage was between this small company and this major platform company who had worked together to refine the tool, to refine the search processes, resulting in that platform being the cleanest platform in the world with respect to that particular type of anti-Semitic content.
And you've also described a number of resource hubs that have been made available in part from Eradicate Hate's work, one of which is the Reach Out Resource Hub. What's the aim of that initiative?
So there are really three major programs that we run. One is the Reach Out Resource Hub, which is similar to the PPN but broader, that it provides resources for people who are looking in various parts of the country for somebody who could be of assistance in helping with a family member who is at risk or with a problem that they have or needing to be connected to somebody in the field. So we help connect them with people in the field. The other programs are what we call bystander programs. So what we know from the data is that in most of the mass shootings that we are aware of and hate-fueled violence, somebody saw something in advance, but either didn't know what they were seeing or were afraid to get their friend or their peer or their family member in trouble, because that's usually who is seeing the warning signs. And so these are online resources that are available to people who may have a concern about a loved one, not know what to do. And these sites provide them not only information about warning signs, but about resources that can help their friends. So things other than simply resorting to law enforcement.
And you've also referred to the Screen Hate initiative, which provides parents and caregivers with knowledge, tools and resources to help keep children safe from online hate. How effective has that program been?
So the program has proven to be very effective, and we are using it now. We are planning to use it now in connection with the work that we're doing on nihilistic violence, which I know the Commission has heard about before. And this is a relatively new post-COVID form of online targeting of vulnerable children. And the perpetrators basically coerce them into horrific self-harm and then harm to pets, family members, in certain documented cases leading to school shootings and ultimately to the suicide of the victim. And Eradicate Hate, as one of its programs, is running a global training program for those constituencies who we believe are in a position to intervene if they can understand what they're looking at. And that would include parents and caregivers, juvenile court judges, emergency rooms of hospitals. And so we are currently doing training programs for hundreds of people in those different constituencies, because we can't prosecute ourselves out of that issue. And so we are trying to use our global reach to provide the education that is necessary for the people who are on the front line to do what is natural for them to do, which is intercede and help protect these children.
And can I ask, what do you see as the potential value of the Eradicate Hate model in the Australian context?
So I know every country is different. I know every city is different. But what I have learned from Eradicate Hate is that we can bring together different disciplines, and we can bring together different perspectives. We bring people to Eradicate Hate who disagree very strongly with one another out in the real world. And what we say to them is, if you come to us at Eradicate Hate, we're going to ask you to work with people that you may not agree on, but on a deliverable that you do agree on. And when you finish working on every deliverable that you can think of, you can go back and assume your corners, but come to us and work together to achieve solutions that prevent all kinds of identity-based hate in this world. And what we found is that bringing people together around a common goal across borders, across differences, across professions, builds social cohesion with each step of that journey. And all of us who have worked on projects with people at work or in our communities have felt that. And we have found a way to bring that to a community of practitioners who want to combat hate. And to the extent that we can bring that model to Australia, that we can, you have amazing practitioners throughout Australia, experts that come to eradicate hate. We think you have communities that are similar to ours in that you have people who care deeply about their community and about one another. And we think that if we can bring the Eradicate Hate model to Australia, you will find ways to adapt it to your needs in Australia. You will find, as we have found, hope and a true ability to have solutions. So many times people just talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. And Eradicate Hate drives solutions out the door. And we would love to be a part of helping Australia do that. And while Australia does that, you will find, I am confident what we have found, is that you will find people of good faith who come together across many differences, aligned in the belief and the conviction that no one should be the target of violence simply because of who they are.
And do you see another strength of the model as being the fact that it provides a platform for ongoing work? So as you've said, the annual conference with deliverables set and a measure of accountability for delivering those programs.
Absolutely. It's the word we use is durable. It's durable. We will be at this work for long after I'm gone from the earth. It will take a long time, but governments move on to the next issue because they have to. And so to have an institution that will be there, that will continue the work, that will bring cutting edge science every year, that will bring the latest issues every year to the fore, that will bring the top people in the world to Australia, and will connect the amazing people in Australia doing the work to experts around the world. That formula, I believe, will help carry out the work of this commission. It will help build social cohesion, and it most of all will do what Eradicate Hate was built to do, which is to the best of our ability, to prevent this from happening in other communities, and when it unfortunately does, to be there and to help those communities and those survivors respond.
Thank you, Ms. Ellsworth, and thank you for making yourself available at a late hour for you. Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Yes, Ms. Ellsworth, I think I might have said good morning to you earlier. My apologies for that. But I'd like to echo Councillor Sisting in thanking you for your both Eradicate Hate's submission to this commission and for your evidence here today. Thank you.
It was a privilege to be here. I appreciate the opportunity.
Right, very well. We'll have the link now closed down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Phillips.
Commissioner, I call Danielle Jaku.
Yes. Yes, indeed. And are you going to take an oath or make an affirmation? Yes.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
Yes, do sit down, Ms. Jaku.
Can you please state your full name?
Danielle Jaku.
Your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a witness statement dated the 17th of August 2026.
Correct.
Is that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
End of the statement, it has doc ID stat.899.000.0663_R.
Yes, the statement will be admitted.
You live in Sydney with your husband and your children.
Correct.
In your professional life, you work in a family dispute resolution practice and also as a mediator in the community sector.
Correct.
And in that capacity, part of your work is to try to resolve interpersonal conflict.
Correct.
You also teach mediation and dispute resolution in various capacities, and you also lecture in law.
Yes.
You and your brother were raised in a Jewish home.
Correct.
You weren't religious, but you were connected with your Jewish heritage growing up.
Yes, we were culturally Jewish.
And you are now raising your own children in a similar tradition.
Yes.
And I understand that your family also has a close connection to Bondi Beach.
Yes. We lived
you
there
and
for
your
8.5 years.
You've raised your own family in the Bondi area, is that right?
Yep, yes.
And members of your family have done nippers classes and surfing lessons?
My children have done nippers, let's go surfing. My daughter did her bat mitzvah party at the Bondi Life Saving Club. Yes, my brother's been a patrol captain at the North Bondi Life Saving.
It's a significant component of your family life.
Yes, like for a lot of Jewish families.
And you are also the daughter and the granddaughter of Jewish migrants who came to Australia following the Holocaust, each with their own different stories of survival.
Correct.
Your grandparents, I understand, chose to come to Australia deliberately because they wanted to be as far away from war and Jew hatred as possible.
That's right.
And I understand that on your mother's side, your family came to Australia from France.
Correct.
And on your father's side, your father and his parents came to Australia from Germany and Greece via Brussels.
Correct.
And your paternal grandfather is the late Eddie Jaku, OAM.
Yes. That's right.
He wrote a book, which we'll come to, which has now sold hundreds and thousands of copies, detailing his remarkable story of survival during the Holocaust and
Yes.
his work over the years.
And
since.
his rebirth in Australia and becoming the happiest man on earth here, yes.
You've outlined part of the history of his earlier life in your witness statement at paragraph 10. Would you be able to share aspects of that with us?
Yes. Aspects of my grandfather. So my grandfather, Eddie, as a lot of people refer to him, was born in Leipzig in Germany in 1920. He was a proud German. He was German first, German second, and Jewish at home. During the Holocaust, he survived 4 periods of incarceration in concentration camps. He escaped from Nazis multiple times and camps. At the end of the war, he escaped from a death march from Auschwitz and hid in a cave in a forest. And he became ill. He was there for quite some time, but when he thought he heard something like the rumblings of a tank, he crawled to a highway where he was rescued by American soldiers in June 1945, weighing 28 kilograms. And by that time, most of his family had been murdered. Would you like me to continue?
I understand that it was after the war that your grandfather Eddie met your grandfather Flora, and is it right that your father was born to them in Brussels before
Correct.
migrating to Australia?
Yes, my grandfather came over to Brussels to get his new identity papers and coupons and returned because he had spent some time in Brussels earlier with his family to escape Germany at a point in time. It's all detailed in his story, so I'll just say that yes, you're right, he met my grandmother Flore in Brussels. French was their common language. They married in 1946. My father was born in Brussels in 1948, and they left from Europe, from there for Australia by boat in 1950. And when they arrived, they were stateless refugees.
I understand that Eddie and Flore were both founding members of the Sydney Jewish Museum.
My father and my grandfather, and yes, my grandmother was very involved.
And you've described your grandfather as being, for a number of years, one of the museum's most popular volunteer guides.
So I'm told. He had the Eddie effect, I'm told.
And perhaps in connection with the Eddie effect, you've referenced the TED Talk
Yes.
that he delivered in Sydney in 2019 to thousands of people, and how he spoke about surviving brutality and horrors and choosing happiness and positivity throughout his life.
Yes, and he received a standing ovation.
The book that you mentioned earlier that he wrote
Yes,
was
the happiest
published
man on earth.
in 2020 when he was 100 years old.
Correct. He was invited to give the TED Talk in 2019, and I think Pan Macmillan, the publishers, picked up the story and tried to convince him to put it into a memoir. I initially We didn't understand why people would be interested in another Holocaust story, but it was, they insisted, and with a lot of encouragement. He did write it with a ghostwriter, Liam, and it was published when he was 100 in 2020, and it's been translated into more than 40 languages and sold in more than 40 countries, and it's really surprised us pleasantly that it's been such a success. And a lot of people I've spoken to who have given me feedback about it, and we have, my grandfather received a lot of fan mail while he was alive because he passed at the end in October 2021. It was the hope, and especially the story about, you know, really being able to recover and from when he became a father, but also thanks to his life in Australia.
And you mentioned that the book was titled, or is titled, The Happiest Man
On Earth.
on Earth.
Correct.
Can you explain the meaning of that title for your late grandfather?
Well, he would say that he was the happiest man on earth, to have been able to come so far away to Australia to escape wars and hatred, and he was able to work and start afresh. And he and my grandmother had worked many jobs. One in particular, they did everything together, but just being able to have opportunities like working and then finally owning this service station where my grandfather would be the mechanical engineer and fix the cars, and my grandmother would pump the petrol into the cars, being able to do that together and live safely. I mean, they actually chose for several years initially not to be Jewish, and my father did not know that they were Jewish for about 13 or 14 years. He said to them, I'm pretty sure that I'm Jewish and I'm going to put myself through my bar mitzvah at like 14 or 15. So happiness came after quite a time of being able to rehabilitate here and feeling very far away, and he, had several messages. If you'd like me to go into, if that's where you'd like me to go, Ms. Phillips. I mean, that demonstrated happiness.
You said in your witness statement, this is at paragraph 17, that for your part, you grew up absorbing the messages that are captured in your grandfather's memoir, and that at their core, they are about the fact that everyone, no matter their background, deserves kindness and respect. Are you able to expand on some of the messages that you said always stood out to you? Yes.
I just want to also, I'd like to say also that he was very involved in interfaith and cross-cultural connection. He lived and breathed it. He didn't take his book, and it didn't also take the opening of the Sydney Jewish Museum in 1992 for him to be that way inclined. He really did live and breathe being connected to people of all different faiths and backgrounds, and I suppose that also gave him his happiness. What really influenced me and shaped me were messages around, kindness and respect, and being kind to everyone, not just to some, that kindness doesn't involve hate. And he modelled the appreciation of difference and made it clear that difference is to be celebrated and not feared. The message, there were 4 messages, if you want me to go on, that really stood out to me.
Please.
It's never too late to be a kind, polite and loving human being. Your efforts today will affect people you will never know. It is your choice whether that effect is positive or negative. You can choose every day, every minute to act in a way that may uplift a stranger or drag them down. The choice is easy and the choice is yours to make. The next one was hate is the beginning of a disease, like cancer. It may kill your enemy, but it will destroy you in the process. As long as I live, I'll teach not to hate. And the last one that really resonated with me was the best balm for the soul is friendship. With friendship, we can do the impossible.
Over the last few years, I understand that you have frequently been asked what your late grandfather would be thinking if he had been alive today, to witness the anti-Semitism that, in particular, that this Royal Commission has been hearing about.
Mm-hmm.
How do you respond when you're asked that question?
I tell people who ask me that he would not be the happiest man on earth, but he would be the most haunted man on earth. I think he'd be thinking that the echoes of his life in 1930s Germany are so strong, and after surviving all of that, to come to Australia and become the happiest man on earth, I say that he would be devastated. He'd be reminded of the exclusion, the tropes, extermination of Jews from society, and he would have seen here in Australia that hate speech had been left unchecked, and he would have been devastated. And I also think that he would have watched, as we did, that the authorities were doing nothing about it. I think he'd be shocked to see the level of polarisation in Australia, in his beloved Australia. The loss of connectedness between people and the lack of leadership at many levels to swiftly address and repair it. Not to mention the death of 15 Australians and several more injured and traumatised at the Bondi Beach Hanukkah attack.
I understand that in around early 2025, you agreed to be interviewed by a leading Australian journalist for a major news program around the topic of the rise of anti-Semitism in Australia. You've said in your witness statement that you're usually a very private person, but that you reluctantly agreed to that interview. What made you decide to do that?
I decided that if that well-regarded journalist thought that talking about my grandfather's legacy could make a small course correction to the way Australia was heading, or somehow improve our social cohesion and connectedness, then it would be worth it. And it's also one of the reasons that I've agreed to give evidence to the Royal Commission.
And I understand that at the time that you gave that interview, you'd been concerned about what you had been seeing around you. Those concerns commenced, I think you said in your statement, on the night of the 9th of October 2023, when you watched footage of protesters at the Sydney Opera House. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. We all have heard so much about the 9th of October and the Opera House steps, and we've also heard about William Cooper leading a delegation of Aboriginal Australians to the German consulate in Melbourne, an appropriate place, I would think, to protest. And I think back to William Cooper and think, I can't imagine that he was protesting against in 1938. For those who haven't heard, against the German government for the treatment of the Jewish people and the murder and the destruction of the property during the Night of Broken Glass. And I just think they wouldn't have been chanting death to the Germans, where's the Germans, burning German flags. I would imagine that they were able to protest and find a way to do it without using hateful, dehumanising language that put fear in other Australians.
And you've reflected that the interview that you conducted with that journalist felt friendly and non-threatening, and that the journalist had asked you about your grandfather's story.
Yes.
And that they also asked you about the increase in security around your daughter's Jewish school and the fears that you were experiencing at that time, and that were being experienced amongst a number of others within the Jewish community. And you go on to say in your statement at paragraph 28 that when the interview aired, ultimately the couple of hour discussion that you had with the journalist had been cut down to a few minutes. How did you feel your message was ultimately portrayed in the story that aired?
I don't think that there was any ill intention, I want to say, in the journalist, in the style, and also 7 minutes is pretty long, I think. So for a program, I think I felt I was very mindful that I might have been portrayed or sounded like a dramatic and histrionic Jewish mother. It was early last year, who was paranoid and overreacting. I'm informed by my intergenerational trauma, and I feel like we had repeatedly by the media been portrayed as histrionic and overreacting about a potential attack on the Jewish community. So that was in my mind, even though my fear was really very real.
And that interview was in early 2025, and then of
Correct.
course we had the Bondi attack
Yes.
late last year. Did you get in touch with the journalist? After
So when
that
the
occurred?
Bondi attack happened, I couldn't help but texting the journalist to say, I told you we weren't exaggerating. The Jewish community is terrified. It was just a matter of time. As a community, I won't repeat it too much, we have been made to feel like we're overreacting, that we've been portrayed as precious and hysterical and finger-pointing and too willing to encroach on free speech. And we've been accused of unjustifiably labelling people as anti-Semitic. And yet, while our fears have been ignored, insidious Jew hatred has been allowed to become mainstream. And heightened security has become normalised.
Can I ask you about some of the measures that you have been working on to address anti-Semitism and also other forms of hate in Australia, particularly since the Bondi attack, through your volunteer work with the National Council of Jewish Women?
Yes.
The Commission has heard evidence from some other representatives of that organisation in earlier hearing logs. I understand that you're involved on the board and also on the Engagement and Social Justice Committees of the National Council of
Correct.
Jewish Women. You've said at paragraph 32 of your statement that the core business of the association is to engage with women from all backgrounds.
That's right. Would you like me to go on?
Are you able to take us through some of the intercultural and interfaith engagement activities that you've described at paragraph 33 in particular, that the National Council has been involved in, particularly since late last year?
Yes. Firstly, I want to say that the Australian Jewish community has a very strong culture of interfaith and cross-cultural engagement. And my grandfather, like I said earlier, lived and breathed intercultural outreach, and that inspired me. So through my work in my role on the board of the Engagement and Social Justice Committees of National Council of Jewish Women Australia, we have had multiple efforts, and I hope I can list, or you cut me off when you want me to stop. So by way of example, on the 21st of December 2025, close to 1,000 women from all backgrounds attended the Bondi Women's Vigil that we held in partnership with National Council of Jewish Women Australia, New South Wales. The Victoria branch live streamed that vigil, and National Council of Jewish Women Australia, Western Australia, held their own. The vigils brought many women into our orbit who had never engaged with National Council of Jewish Women Australia before. Not only Jewish women seeking community, but also many non-Jewish women, including politicians and journalists and NGO leaders, and the General Governor herself attended and played quite a big role. We've hosted 51 engagement events across Australia just in this last year, which have created opportunities for education, dialogue and solidarity. And just a few highlights have included our inaugural International Women's Day events, in which women from across the social spectrum participated, an online panel with women from diverse communities about female homelessness, a boardroom lunch with Iranian and Israeli women in solidarity during the war between their countries, and a women waging peace salon with Israeli and Palestinian speakers telling a different story from the polarising one most prevalent in media, a story of grassroots peace building. Do you want me to go on?
Can I ask you about the Hand in Hand website and what that was built to do?
So we've been involved in work to promote reconciliation. We built and administered a website called Hand in Hand, which details the relationship between Jewish and Indigenous Australians and encourages more participation in collaborative projects. Most recently, we partnered with another Jewish organisation to host a Sorry Day webinar with a number of speakers. Panellists discussed the ongoing legacy of the stolen generations, the shameful racism expressed during the recent Anzac Day ceremonies, and the history of blackbirding and displacement experienced by First Nations and Australian South Sea Islander peoples. And we have a particularly close, strong relationship with the Australian South Sea Islander community in New South Wales. This month, National Council of Jewish Women Australia representatives attended the Yazidi genocide commemoration ceremonies in Wagga Wagga and Toowoomba. And we have a strong relationship with Yazidi women. A poignant occasion we celebrated together was when IDF soldiers rescued a Yazidi woman from her Hamas captors in Gaza in 2024. She'd been taken into sexual slavery as a 10-year-old girl 10 years earlier when Hamas terrorists fought alongside ISIS in Iraq.
And you go on to say at the end of cataloguing a number of other events that the NCJWA has participated in, noting that your advertising says you don't have to be Jewish or a woman to attend some of those events. Yes. Is that right?
Yes, and I'd like to say additionally that these are all examples of genuine efforts for social connectedness. Mm-hmm. And by contrast, there are several examples of public comments made by people in state government and leadership roles that have deliberately sabotaged intercommunity trust and nation building. And when our community has tried to offer solidarity and support and outreach, we've been accused of infiltrating for our own nefarious purposes by politicians. We've been viewed as suspicious and been dehumanised by language that has really reminded me and reminded my community of language Nazis used and images conjured up by Nazis. For example, when we were described as the Jewish lobby that uses their tentacles to infiltrate community groups and influence power, said by a certain Greens Member of Parliament.
Ms. Jaku, can I ask you this? Noting that you said you don't have to be Jewish or a woman to attend National Council for Jewish Women events, can I ask you to comment at a broad level on the particular role that you see women playing in society when it comes to building social cohesion?
So we're very inclusive. We have a broad tent. We just this weekend, actually until Monday night, held our national conference with an incredible lineup of Jewish and non-Jewish speakers. We have, like I said, a lot of partnerships. I spoke at an event commemorating Greek heroines of World War II that attracted a lot of 140 people in the presence of the Greek Consul General. I suppose the message is that we are inclusive, we are seeking to connect, to engage in dialogue, have solidarity, but we can't do it alone. And we are 0.4% of the population in Australia. Even if every single baby, infant, toddler, adult, child, elder was able to put 100% of effort in, we really need this to be a nationwide effort. And as my grandfather would say, it's never too late.
You've also offered in your statement what you describe as a mediator's perspective.
Yes.
And you've reflected that as a mediator, you present at conferences and at workplaces, often for audiences of other mediators, and that in recent times that the topic that you presented with together with your colleague has often been the topic mediating in the age of rage, strategies for conflict resolution in turbulent times.
Yes.
And you've noted that you and your colleague who present on that theme are not necessarily experts on social cohesion,
right,
but that your experience and observations with parties in conflict and in mediation settings is that currently we're living through a period that's marked by social anger and by heightened polarisation.
Yes.
What are some of the tools that you offer that you've reflected on at paragraph 37 of your statement in your sessions for dealing with emotionally charged conflict?
So these tools that, like you accurately said, are for a mediator audience or a solicitor audience who are attending legally assisted mediations. they could hopefully help families and communities working through cultural disagreements as a way of fostering greater social cohesion. Encouraging empathy and active listening, we've heard from previous witnesses. Breaking complex issues into manageable parts. Using agreed structures to guide discussion to help maintain focus and progress. And what I mean by that is, for example, through the use of a facilitator or a relational model of mediation which takes care to be mindful of the value of ongoing relationships between the parties by setting an agenda of neutrally framed topics. That's another agreed structure that people could use in their conversations. Contracting with each other to adhere to certain terms of engagement or an agreement to participate or a certain code of conduct. Other structures could be, like a shuttle mediation where there's a third-party facilitator that's helping to have future-focused, constructive dialogue that shuttles between the parties if the conflict is really heightened. Or a co-mediation model like Ahmed and Joel talked about on the 17th of August when they were here, where they were like a co-mediation model that would be perceived as a neutral co-mediation model, or telephone or online processes to make them accessible. Stepping back mentally from the conflict to observe the emotions and dynamics playing out without flipping a lid. Recognising trauma and cultural differences to approach conflicts with sensitivity, fostering safety and inclusivity that support meaningful dialogue. Responding rather than reacting is another tool. Connecting as human beings is invaluable. Talking to a person like they're a person. Asking open and deep questions using a curious inquiry approach. Ensuring that difficult conversations take place in neutral and safe places and at a mutually convenient time. And remember that validating does not necessarily mean agreeing. It might mean saying thank you for sharing and summarising back so that the person feels like they've been heard, and then you're mirroring it and you might receive that back. Building rapport in this way allows room for more uncomfortable conversations to take place. And I would like to just enter a caveat that these tools are only useful for people who wish to engage in dialogue, not an ambush, not to vilify, abuse, attack or threaten. They're not suitable for those who do not engage with open curiosity and in the spirit of listening and learning.
And you've expressed as some final reflections having some guarded hope about the future of social cohesion in Australia, and particularly having observed some of the collaboration as between students that attended a workshop that you presented earlier this year, including as between a Jewish student and a Muslim student who are undertaking negotiation activities together. Is that right?
Correct. So during the May block, when I was feeling despair over the testimonies that I was listening to, I was also trying to get on with my working life and taught a workshop in negotiation and dispute resolution to soon-to-be lawyers. And I had this class of 20, mostly in their early 20s, from a variety of ethnic and cultural backgrounds and religions. And there was this one loud and proud Jewish man and a religious Muslim student who left actually during lunchtime for lunchtime prayers. And I tailored the day to accommodate that, and to see how respectful they were to each other and how well they worked together in negotiation role plays as advocates restored some of my optimism about the state of social cohesion in Australia. Yes.
And you've reflected at the end of your statement that Australia is a country of many diverse migrants many of whom carry scars and trauma from their countries.
Yes, in addition to the Aboriginal Australians that are already here with their own scars and trauma, yes.
And you've said that you believe that we should all be fostering a sense of responsibility to make Australia safe for one another. And in that spirit, could I ask you to conclude your evidence today by reading the last two paragraphs of your witness statement?
Yes, I feel we're all worthy of cultural, emotional and physical safety. Are you talking about 42 and 44?
43 and 44.
Okay, can I read 42?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. something that struck me, thank you, sorry Ms Phillips, something that struck me about my grandparents' approach to life in Australia after the trauma of their past was not only their gratitude for the safety offered here, but the sense of responsibility to make it safe for others too. And they did that through their efforts to integrate and embracing new ways and cultures, engaging in mutual respect and support and finding common ground with people from other communities. And I feel like we should all be doing this, and we should all be paying it forward on this land and endeavouring to contribute positively towards a healthy Australian society. And said differently, we should be all actively steering away from inciting social discord and instability. The next paragraph said that I feel that our country has an advocacy surplus and an inquiry deficit, and that we should be making an effort to dial down the former and dial up the latter. And the last paragraph was that I feel we need a national effort to find the common ground between many communities that live in Australia. Australians need to genuinely want this to happen for social cohesion and resilience and connectedness and nation building to have a chance to repair. In this environment in which it feels like a dangerous hate movement has hijacked all quarters, my grandfather's messages feel more important than ever. Earlier this year, actually in May, again during that same first block of this hearing, a theatrical adaptation of my grandfather Eddie's memoir was staged at the Sydney Opera House. I attended the opening night with my family. The play was also attended by a lot of students from many schools who were introduced to my grandfather Eddie's story, so it was an introduction to a new generation. It was a very healing experience to see my grandfather's story and messages staged in our iconic opera house after the deplorable scenes that took place there on the 9th of October 2023. And I hope that his story will continue to be told and taught to students as an example of what one person can do in the face of hatred.
Thank you for your evidence.
I want to say thank you to the Commission, all the staff, and Commissioner Bell, because I'm hearing daily about attacks on Jewish people and Jewish communities, and I don't see any other countries doing this kind of Royal Commission inquiry.
Well, Ms Jaku, it's a gift to have had a grandfather like yours.
I'm aware.
You are lucky.
Yes.
And thank you very much for your evidence.
Thank you.
You are excused, and we'll have the morning adjournment.
Thank you.
Silence all stand.
Yes, Miss Taylor.
Commissioner, I call the next witness, Mr. David Solsky.
Yes. Will you be taking an oath or making an affirmation? An oath. Do you?
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say.
I do.
Do take a seat, Mr. Solsky.
Thank you.
Could you please state your full name for the Commission?
David Solsky.
Your address is known to the Commission. You have prepared a witness statement dated 19 August 2026. Is that witness statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Commissioner, I tender that witness statement with ID stat.899.0001.0659_R.
Yes, the statement is admitted.
Mr. Solsky, I understand you live in Bondi with your wife and 2 children.
That's correct.
You have lived in Bondi for over 30 years.
That's correct.
Can you describe for the Commissioner your strong attachment to the Bondi community?
Well, I mean, both my kids were born there. I'm an avid lover of the beach. I say it is absolutely my happy place. I go there most days if I can to surf or to exercise. We socialise there, and Bondi has become incredibly international and multicultural. It has a very unique vibe, if I can call it that, in Bondi lingo, and yeah, it's genuinely our happy family place for 30 years.
Turning to the attack in Bondi on 14 December 2025, you have described in your statement how that attack deeply affected you and your family. How did it affect you?
Well, on the afternoon of the attack, my kids happened to both be away. They're young adults now, but my wife and I had decided to stay home. We would regularly have attended Chanukah by the Sea events when the kids were growing up, and we're actually at home cooking some traditional Chanukah food. I'm obviously Jewish background, and my wife said to me, there's been a shooting. I'm hearing stuff on social media, there's been a shooting at Bondi, and the first thing that went through my mind was actually it must be gang related, something happening on a Sunday afternoon. And then we actually saw some of the first footage to come through, and I still thought it was a gang related matter. And then obviously within 5 or so minutes we started to understand the enormity. We had a number of family members who were down at the beach at the time. We have a number of friends who were at the event, and so it quickly became quite traumatic as it affected a number of family and friends, and as the enormity of the event became clear. And it was, you know, a kilometre from our home, a place that we attend every day, so it did affect us deeply.
In your statement, you've described how the community was feeling in the immediate aftermath of the attack to your observation. How was that?
Look, the Monday and the Tuesday in particular, my wife and I spent quite a lot of time just down in and around the beach, the memorial site, and you know, clearly the level of shock and disbelief from the community, members of the Jewish community, the broader Bondi community. I don't think anybody really believed that this was going to happen in our backyard. And I think helplessness was a big thing. You know, obviously there'd been a lot in terms of the initial response from first responders, but many of us were just really feeling how do we help the community at a time like this, particularly those people that felt emotionally impacted but weren't, you know, physically impacted by being in the proximity.
And of the memorials you attended, I understand that included the vigils at the Bondi Pavilion. Who did you connect with there?
So a lot of members of the Jewish community and the broader community were there. I wouldn't know the exact numbers, but I suspect, you know, 10,000 plus people would have turned out over those 2 or 3 days, and connected with a lot of those people. And being part of the surfing community, one of the things that initially got discussed was this notion of a paddle out, which is quite a traditional way of coastal communities, surf life-saving surfing communities, mourning loss or tragedy. And so there was some, you know, rumblings about, you know, doing a paddle out, and that was really in the first few days after the event.
You mentioned just then that paddle outs are a traditional ocean memorial ceremony. What happens in those ceremonies?
So usually the group of often mourners will go out on their surfboards, paddle out beyond the break, traditionally get into a circle, hold a moment's silence. People sometimes throw flowers, they might even sprinkle ashes, and it's just a very solemn moment, and then it always ends with the splashing of the paddlers in the water, which is almost a break of all the release of the emotion for people, after having dealt with their grief.
I understand that 3 days after the attack, you were asked to organise the paddle out in honour of the victims of the Bondi attack. How did that come about?
I was connected to Rabbi Joseph Eichenblatt, who's one of the rabbis from Central Synagogue. He's also well connected to the Chabad community, and they had wanted to organise a paddle out and got my details because I was part of the sort of local surfing community. And we spoke about it, and I said, look, I'd really be happy to help out. But I said I felt that it needed to be more than just a Jewish paddle out. This needed to be whole of Bondi, and he agreed absolutely that that's what we needed to do. And on that basis, we said, let's look at holding one on that first Friday morning.
In order to make it that whole of Bondi event, who were some of the other groups you reached out to who I understand had also been considering organising a paddle out?
Yes, there had been, as I said, a lot of talk about a paddle out. I think it was a natural thing to do in the context of what had happened and given that it was Bondi. And I reached out to 5 of the groups that I had connections with that I would really say are almost our custodians down at the beach. Obviously, the North Bondi Surf Lifesaving Club. I reached out to the owners of Let's Go Surfing, which is the surf school down at North Bondi. To the 440 Run Club, who, believe it or not, are there at 4:40 every morning. They turn on the lights for the rest of us at Bondi. And the Bondi Salties, which is the swim group, and the Bondi Board Riders, which is the board riders group. So I spoke to their leadership, told them what we were looking to do. They had all been considering paddle outs, and they said, yeah, absolutely, we need to do this together. And they were all very strong of the view that it needed to be Jewish-led and have a Jewish theme, given what had transpired at the Hanukkah attack.
I note in your statement you wish to acknowledge the leadership of those organisations. How did they support you?
Well, firstly, just the empathy that they showed under the circumstances, and that willingness to just lean in and take care of anything that needed to be done. They obviously helped with getting all the social media and get the word out there that we were going to have the paddle out, and then they supported enormously. We decided to have the paddle out on around Wednesday lunchtime, so it was less than 48 hours till the event itself. I was obviously very concerned about water safety, particularly on the back of just having had a tragedy in Bondi. We were targeting about 500 to 700 people to be there, and even though the numbers were a lot bigger than that in the end, we had to focus on water safety. So those groups really dealt with a lot of the logistics on the day, which allowed me to focus on some of the other areas around how we were going to run the event in terms of some of the speeches and the media and such.
You described, though, the unanimous agreement that the paddle out should remain a grassroots event. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. That was another real guiding principle and message that I got from these collaborative groups, and I felt strongly myself that we didn't want anything political. This had nothing to do with events that might have happened, internationally or domestically. This was grassroots for the people of Bondi and others that attended, to really help deal with the circumstances and have a moment of healing.
What simple format did you decide on in the end?
Yeah, in the end we decided that we did want to keep it simple, so I did a very short speech to welcome the participants and just try and share as best I could a few thoughts at such a difficult time. But we really, the highlight was we had 4 first responders who'd been involved on the day. I'd met 2 of them on the Monday morning after the attack, 2 extraordinary a young man and woman who actually live across the road from the beach, and they tended to the late Rabbi Eli Schlanger in his final moments. And they came and just spoke to the crowd on the beach about how they were feeling, and there were 2 other first responders, and then we closed it with Rabbi Eichenblatt, who said a traditional memorial prayer and also a blessing for the community.
I understand you also organised to distribute some items of symbolic significance at the end of the paddle out.
We did. It wouldn't be a little bit of a Jewish theme event if there wasn't food. So we had Hanukkah donuts, which are quite a traditional food at that time of year, and bottles of water for people when they came out of the ward. And we actually arranged, we had 2 little tea light candles with a message inside a little cloth bag which said, and I will read, it said, "Light and love will always prevail over darkness and hate." And we actually encouraged people to take those 2 candles home, to light one, to bring light into their home, which is a sign of Hanukkah, a sign of hope, and to give the second candle to a friend. So we had sort of those little items as the participants came out of the water on the day. And I will say that, when you ask a local baker on a Thursday morning to have 700 donuts ready that evening, and you've got to go down to your local spotlight and find, thousands of tea light candles and little cloth bags, it was just amazing how people leaned into it. Again, this notion of everybody just wanting to help, were looking to get involved and do anything as small as it might have been, just to try and help to create something memorable and to take away the pain that people were feeling at the time.
Taking you back to the morning of 19 December, I understand you made your way down to the Bondi Beach Promenade in front of the North Bondi Surf Club. Can you describe what you saw as you looked down over the beach?
Yeah, I'd been busy in the sort of 20-30 minutes in the lead up to our 7 a.m. start with media, and we'd actually been a little concerned because the promenade, the drive-through, had been closed off still by the police, and I was wondering how many people would actually be able to turn up because you couldn't find parking. And I sort of walked away from some of the media commitments, and I looked down over the beach, and it was just extraordinary. There was 3,500 people, in their rashies with their surfboards, standing on the beach, looking up at many hundreds more on the promenade. It was really quite overwhelming to see. I still look at the pictures, and it was quite extraordinary.
You described that those people were of all ages, backgrounds, and dozens of nationalities represented from across the eastern suburbs, Sydney and beyond. Is that right?
Absolutely. Bondi is very multicultural, so you'll often hear lots of different languages, a lot of European languages more recently. So yes, it was very multicultural, and I subsequently heard about people who'd come all the way down from far northern beaches, from Palm Beach, people who'd come from the southern beaches. So we had a really good representative in and around just the core Bondi community as well.
That was the crowd on the beach, but can you now describe the sight of that crowd on the beach taking to the water?
It was truly extraordinary. You sort of almost, you need to see the pictures to really be able to take it in. But we had somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000 people who within about 3-4 minutes had taken to the water, and just these waves of people on surfboards. There were swimmers on surf skis, and they sort of made their way out to the sort of area off the North Bondi rocks, where we had the water safety team set up to get them into, as best we could, a giant circle of some 1,500 to 2,000 people. But it was quite extraordinary to watch them making their way across the beach and into the water.
And what was the reaction of the participants after the paddle out?
It's really interesting because obviously there was a significant degree of solemnity associated with the event itself, but people came out of the water, and particularly there was a moment, we had the moment silence, and then the splashing started, and you can imagine nearly 2,000 people in a circle splashing water, and you could hear the screams from the water coming back onto the beach. And people came out of the water with these huge smiles on their faces, and they were embracing, and there was this excited chatter and people taking selfies. And I think it was just that huge moment of a release for everybody. I think that feeling that, we still have Bondi, we still have this beach, we have our community. I think it was an extraordinary moment, an extraordinary energy, which is hard to actually describe in words.
What was the response to the Hanukkah donuts and other elements of Jewish symbolism?
People love the donuts. I think the donut shops might be busy again this December. But my wife and some friends from the community were actually sort of volunteering and helping to take care of that. And they actually remarked to me afterwards just how, firstly, people were just so respectful, wishing condolences to the community, and then really leaning into the discussion around the significance of the candles, the significance of donuts. So it was a really nice interfaith, intercultural moment.
Your evidence is that the event was unquestionably a unifying experience for all members of the community. You've already touched on this, but could you expand on that further?
Yeah, look, I think, we were going through, we all live our day lives, having to get on with, just the challenges of everyday life. We have, come through a fairly turbulent, time, COVID, post-COVID. And I just think that this particular moment unified people, and I try to put my finger on it afterwards, and I think it was the power of participation. I think there are times where we need to sit on the sidelines and be part of an audience, whether it's at a vigil, the Chabad memorial afterwards, but to actually allow people to participate as opposed to being members of the audience was very, very powerful. And I think that at the end of the day, a lot of people have commented to me since the event that being part of something that was actually harmonious, it was non-political, it was, there were no issues to be dealt with there. It was about the community coming together at a grassroots level. I think that was very, very powerful, and it's really those human values that I think shone through since the attack, but they, for me, in the lead up to the paddle out itself, just to see the respect, the empathy, the compassion amongst the people, the gratitude for something as small as a donut and a bottle of water. These were the human values that I think we've all got. We know they're there, and they really came to the fore in and around the lead up to and the actual paddle out itself.
I understand that due to that response, many people have approached you and expressed an interest in making the paddle out an annual event. Is that right?
That is right, and obviously we are mindful of the fact that there will be a lot of formalities. I suspect with the Chabad community, the Jewish community more broadly, with the council, with the government. So there will be a lot of memorials, but at this stage, we would very much like to have the paddle out again, ideally with a view to making it an annual event. We obviously need to talk to the local council and the police and some of the authorities, which we had planned to do during the month of September, but at this stage our goal would be to hold the paddle out again, and ideally for it to be even bigger and more impactful than it was this year.
What sort of opportunity do you think that event would provide?
Look, I think it's an opportunity really for people to come together and absolutely memorialise and pay respect to the victims, but at the same time it is an opportunity for us to come together as a community and look at how much we've achieved in 12 months in terms of the strength and the resilience of the community. I think it's an opportunity to really celebrate our unique Australian way of life and how fortunate we are. Not just in Bondi, but right around this great country. Most of us are living in and around coastal communities or beautiful parklands. I think there's much to celebrate, and hopefully we can use the memorial paddle out both to memorialise, but also to take so many of the positives and celebrate the human values that have really carried us since the December 14 attack.
You've noted in your statement that you and your partners from the Paddle Out have been working on what remains a very early stage idea to take the initiative beyond Bondi as well. Is that right?
Yeah, we've been talking about a concept called ripples, which really is about the ripple effect in terms of what can be done beyond Bondi. I think in those minutes, the hours, the days, the weeks, the months since the attack, we've really seen the very best of people in Bondi and beyond, from the heroism of the first responders. I think the community-wide, the compassion, the care, the respect that we've seen, the kindness and the generosity towards the Jewish community, the Bondi community. So, I think our human values have been on display in all the glory that they should be. These are the kind of values that we talk sometimes about Australian values. Well, what really are Australian values? And even when we talk about social cohesion, I think a lot of the foundation of this is the human values that we all need to live in, and they transcend different cultures, different religions, ethnicities. So really what we want to be able to do is take Bondi Ripples as a moment. We're talking about how do we create Australia's next tradition where on that Friday morning before the attack, right across Australia, we would love to see people come together to do a paddle out or to stand on the beach. And if they're communities that are not, coastal communities, they can do it inland, in a park, close to a waterway, but just create this opportunity where people can come together away from politics, away from current events, get to the grassroots essence of their communities, because we think that strong individual communities will ultimately create a much stronger and much more cohesive Australia, and that would be our goal with the Ripples project, which I guess today has sort of been formally announced. We weren't planning to actually engage with council and government until September, but given the events in the commission, I guess we are putting it out there now, and we would hope to get a lot of support, because we think that this is a project that has got significant value for communities right across Australia.
I appreciate you sharing that with us, despite your initially planned timelines for the event. Returning then back to Bondi and your personal reflections. In your statement, you've set out your reflections on the Bondi attack, and you note that you have felt a significant shift in the Bondi community since that attack. What is that shift?
I think, Bondi has always been a busy bustle place. You're always fighting for a parking spot or a spot in the line to get your coffee in the morning. It in a good way can be almost have a little bit of an edge to it. But I've noticed, and I've spoken to many people who felt the same, that everybody seems to be in a little bit less of a rush. They seem friendlier and more engaging. A little bit more time to have a chat on the street. Things just seem calmer. People seem more patient. And for me, despite the tragedy, which is obviously significant to me, both at a Jewish community and a Bondi community level, I can really say I think that Bondi has had a positive change, a very positive change, since the attack. It doesn't take away from the impact and the enormity of that attack, but I think it definitely feels like a better and stronger community than at any time in the 30 years that I've been living there.
Do you believe that growing strength or interconnectedness was contributed to by the paddle out and initiatives like it?
I think, I certainly wouldn't say it's all due to the paddle out. I think there is just obviously a natural level of human empathy that has come out of the attack. People have really had a moment to stop and reflect. But at the same time, I think events like the paddle out, as I mentioned, this power of participation and actually being involved, and there are a number of other initiatives. I know some are being spoken about today, and there are many others. I think all of those initiatives, if they can get people involved, get people having authentic engagement with each other, dialogue. It doesn't need to be political, just getting to know the people in your local neighbourhood, in your community that you share most of your life with inadvertently. I think there is a lot of power in that, and I hope that the paddle out will become an enduring tradition, which will be a shining light of what we can achieve.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Commissioner, I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Solsky. You are excused.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, Ms. Phillips.
Commissioner, I call Rabbi George Mordecai.
Yes. Rabbi, do you take an oath or make an affirmation?
I could take it. I suppose I could take an oath on it tonight. That would be
yes.
fine. Yeah, that's fine. Sure.
Do you swear by Almighty God the evidence you shall give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do sit down, Rabbi.
Thank you.
Rabbi, can you please state your full name?
Yes, my name is George Mordecai.
Your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a witness statement dated the 24th of August 2026.
That's correct.
Is that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Absolutely.
Commissioner, I tender the witness statement stat.899.0001.0698_R.
Yes, the statement will be admitted as an exhibit.
You are a rabbi working within the Sydney Jewish community.
Yeah, that is correct.
And I understand that you co-founded a group called Coming Together in the aftermath of 7 October 2023, including when there were the Hamas attack and then the subsequent war in Gaza.
That is true.
The group, as I understand it, was formed in response, as you say in your witness statement, to a call from members of the Arab, Muslim and Jewish communities for deeper connection, understanding and dialogue.
That's right.
And you said that the group began with a small number of participants, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, I think after October 7th and what unfolded, there was a sense in all the communities, actually, in the Jewish and the Palestinian, the Arab and Muslim communities. I mentioned Palestinian Arab communities separate from Muslim because there are Christian Arabs and Christian Palestinians that are involved in the dialogue. There was a sense that the relationships that had been cultivated over the decades had just fallen apart. You know, people couldn't talk to each other anymore. And Jackie Parker and myself, Jackie Parker co-founded Coming Together. We had a coffee together in the weeks following October 7th, and we felt we really got to do something about this. We've got to really just utilize our networks and to work together to try and see if we can come together and speak and have dialogue, moments of dialogue, you know, with the Arab and Palestinian Muslim community, because my sense of it was that after October 7th, anti-Semitism was going to increase as Islamophobia and also anti-Arab hatred. So I felt that we should make alliances across difference, even in this most tumultuous of times, to see if we could do something together.
And the idea behind Coming Together is that it and its events will provide a forum for respectful engagement, modelling open, balanced and often challenging dialogue, and that should particularly occur during periods of heightened tension, grief and trauma for community.
That's true. I think the last 3 years have been a continuous heightened tension. So I think we have constantly been making a commitment to meet together. We meet every 6 to 8 weeks. It's an interesting sort of way that we structure things. We try as much as we possibly can to aim for parity between the Jewish attendees and the Arab, Palestinian, Muslim attendees as well. We want to get to parity, because if we don't, then there's, if there's too much, if the demographics are skewed too much on one side, then we can't really engage in respectful and honest dialogue. So if the demographics are skewed too much towards one side, we will actually reschedule the event.
And where do the meetings typically take place?
They have taken place really in people's houses. Presently we've been meeting in Glebe as well, but in people's houses around, the members' houses.
And can you explain what typically takes place over the course of a Coming Together meeting, whether it's in a home or elsewhere?
Yes, sure, absolutely. First, we all bring food. It's usually a potluck, so we'll start our Coming Together meetings with food, and that gives us an opportunity to be together, to socialize first, to sort of break the ice a little bit, break the tension, and then it depends. Sometimes we might just engage in discussion. It might just happen. It just might happen freely in a sense. But often what we do is we'll convene a listening circle. And how do we work with this listening circle? What we do is we usually have a ritual object, and we put the ritual object in the middle of a circle. We'll sit in a circle, and then somebody who feels the need or would like to talk, would like to begin, will pick up the ritual object and they will speak. And during that time, nobody in the group, this is just one of the very few rules we have, nobody in the group is allowed to interrupt. And what we have to really do is listen to that person speak their truth, even if it hurts us, even if it's hard to hear. And we have to then check in with ourselves as well and see what's going on for us, so that we can then be able to see what's happening to ourselves as we listen to the person speaking. And what we call this is active listening. It's not a passive thing. We're really trying to develop active listening so we can develop within our community, within the Coming Together community, the capacity for empathy and the capacity for real presence.
And you've said in your statement, this is at paragraph 10, that by giving everyone an opportunity to speak and also the responsibility to listen, the circle can build trust, empathy, self-awareness and a greater capacity for genuine dialogue. Has
Yes.
that been your experience?
It has, in fact, been my experience, yes, and especially the empathy. I think that like we have very, very, very difficult discussions. We don't put a whole lot off the table. I mean, of course, verbally violent language is not permitted, but short of that, people can speak their truth, and that can be hard. That can be hard because we're all coming with a lot of pain and suffering to these dialogue groups, and essentially, I mean, when I think about it, like how it's really worked after December 14th, for example, I will tell you, I'll be really honest. I thought to myself, well, if I don't hear from my Muslim, Arab, and Palestinian friends in the group, if I don't hear from them, I'll be very sad. I'd be very disappointed, but I will not give up the work. I will not give up the work. But it didn't happen. Like immediately, I received phone calls of deep condolence from all of the Arabs, Muslims, and Palestinians in the community. They were very, very supportive. There were tears. Also, there were Muslims in the group too that wanted to come down to Bondi, and a couple of us took them down to Bondi as well from another group that I'm part of, the Abraham Conference Committee as well, another interfaith group that I work in. And we went down to Bondi about 2 weeks later, and my Muslim friends read passages from the Quran. They read a very beautiful note, put a wreath of flowers down, and then we went together for coffee. Women in hijabs, I had a kippah, we were sitting together in Bondi, and I was really so moved by the compassion of the coming together and also the Abrahamic Conference Committee community.
Is the Abrahamic Conference for any of the three Abrahamic
That's right.
religions?
Exactly. It's an interfaith organisation. Coming together is not interfaith. It's more like intercultural. And but yeah, the Abrahamic Conference Committee is an interfaith community, and it is mainly for the Abrahamic tradition, so Muslim, Christian, and Jewish.
And having observed the sort of solidarity that you've just described from members outside of the Jewish community, particularly in the wake of the Bondi tragedy, has that caused you to reflect on the capacity of coming together and initiatives like it to contribute to community resilience?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that these dialogue groups, and I know that coming together is not the only one, and I also want to sort of, salute all the work that's happened in the past as well, and that's happening now. But I think, look, it's very, very important that we work across cultures. I want to say that like anti-Semitism, really, like all forms of hatred and racism, it has its own unique history, and we don't always have to mention anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, in one breath, right? They are different things. However, I want to say that I am convinced, through my experience mainly in coming together, that we will really only be able to fight racism and hatred together, and not in siloed communities, but together. And this is the only way. And I think that like coming together is a really good example of what can actually happen when people come and speak together and develop. We've been meeting for 3 years now, right? We've been right in the middle of it for 3 years, and every 6 weeks to 8 weeks. So we've cultivated trust. We've cultivated a community within a community together. And I do think that this is the main work that has to be done for social cohesion, absolutely. And make Australia better.
You've articulated it in this way at paragraph 15 of your witness statement. You say, by creating spaces where people can encounter one another as human beings rather than as faceless stereotypes, communities become more resilient against prejudice, misinformation, fear and division. Participants develop greater understanding of one another's histories, experiences, concerns and aspirations, helping to break down barriers that can otherwise contribute to suspicion and hostility.
Yes.
And I understand that with that framework, in the coming together sessions, you have been able to grapple with some of the harder, more contested topics, including even the participants' respective views and feelings around the conflict in the Middle East.
Absolutely, and I'm not going to lie, they're hard conversations, and it's taken us a while to kind of be able to have them. But I think again, but the fact that we've committed to come together like regularly, we have developed trust and friendship too. These people in coming together are my friends, and we have really developed developed a certain level of trust because of that. I will say, though, that differences still exist. It's not a monolithic group, and it's not to say that we have convinced each other of our opinions. That is not even really what we're about, actually. But to stay present to difference is really important. It's a really important first step to any kind of social cohesion or conflict resolution, right? We have to be able to listen to other people. Like, people have suffered tremendously. It's unimaginable how people have suffered. Like, I know in the group, people have lost family, extended family in Israel, in Gaza, in South Lebanon. It's really, really hard, and gut-wrenchingly difficult conversations sometimes. But I'm very proud of the fact that we've been able to stay together through all of that, and despite difference, and continue our conversations, and continue our friendships, and continue our community building.
And can I take you to paragraph 16 of your statement where you say this, anti-Semitism has its own distinct history, characteristics and manifestations, and its current egregious form in Australia merits specific investigation, recognition and response.
True.
However, you go on to say the struggle against anti-Semitism cannot be undertaken by the Jewish community alone, just as Muslim, Arab, First Nations, African, Asian and other communities cannot confront racism and discrimination in isolation. Meaningful progress requires understanding and solidarity across communities. Now, with those remarks, can I ask you, from your experience, what's the power in one community standing up against the racism that's experienced by another community?
I think that's a very important comment, and thank you for asking that. I think that, we are all here to build this beautiful country called Australia, right? And Australia's given us so much. It's given my family so much too. I don't think that the purpose of multiculturalism was ever to retreat into ethnic silos. That was not the point. And I think that what we need to be doing, right, just generally, aside from this specific conflict, is to reach out across, to build bridges across communities so that we can learn from one another in the sort of in the project of building a great Australia, really building a better Australia. And I think that there's a lot of power if we in standing together in this way. For example, I know I have learned from this experience in coming together that my Muslim, my Arab, Palestinian friends also suffer tremendous bigotry, as we have also suffered anti-Semitism. And so I think that if we have the ability, the courage to stand for each other, to stand together in the fight against racism and hatred, then this is really what Australian democracy is all about, and how we can strengthen it.
You include some concluding remarks in your witness statement, which contain some reflections and expressions of hope for the future. And you say at paragraph 21, it is our intention, that is, as I understand it, you and your co-founder of coming together.
I'm sorry, can you speak up a little bit? I'm sorry.
You say it's your intention, and I understand that's an intention that you're expressing on behalf of yourself and your co-founder and the other participants in coming together. You say it is our intention to continue nurturing the growth momentum and positive energy generated by coming together. And you say that the success achieved to date demonstrates a clear and pressing need for frameworks of social cohesion that offer constructive and practical alternatives to the division and mistrust that can otherwise exist.
Absolutely.
Can I ask you to conclude your evidence by addressing paragraphs 22 and 23 of your witness statement in terms of the importance that you attribute to the continuation of those sorts of initiatives?
Yes, well, because I think that all that has been mentioned over the last few months here in this commission, all of it is very, very important. And I think that if we don't support dialogue, if we don't support communities coming together to build trust, and if we don't invest in that, I don't think any of it can work, to be honest. And I think that in addition to everything to much that has been sort of commented on and offered, the dialogue space, the ability to come together, to listen to each other, to cultivate this to cultivate the ability to listen and the ability to hear one another, to be present to one another, will then lead to the possibilities of working together. And I think in coming together, the Coming Together group is already talking. We haven't got anything, set up yet, but we're already talking about how we can actually take this to the next level, where it's not just about dialogue and it's not just about presence and listening and empathy, but how we take our model into the Australian public, actually.
And the aim that you have there is that with those initiatives, as I understand it, social cohesion becomes not just an idea but a practice built through sustained encounter, courageous conversation,
Absolutely.
hospitality and commitment to seeing one another as partners in the shared project of Australian society.
Absolutely, without a doubt. Yes, absolutely, agree.
Thank you, Rabbi Mordecai.
Can I just say one thing before I leave? Is that okay?
You certainly can, Rabbi.
Thank you. I just want to shout out to mention to all the people, the Arab, Muslim, Palestinians, and Jewish and Israelis too in the group, Australians, all of them Australians who attend Coming Together. I want to just say that they make it the special community that it is. And I also want to say that each and every one of those people, some of them in the room today, they know who they are, they could speak even more eloquently to Coming Together than I have today. And I have been inspired by you all, I want to say, all of you in Coming Together. I have been transformed by your presence, and I have been transformed by your courage and your humanity. And I want to thank each and every person in Coming Together, because I personally, individually, feel like I'm a better person, I'm a better rabbi for knowing you all, and I'm a better person for being in relationship with each and every one of you. You in Coming Together, again, have given me courage, you've given me hope in these most tempestuous of times, that we can build a better tomorrow here in Australia for everyone.
Well, Rabbi, they'd have to be pretty good to be more eloquent.
They are very good. They are very good.
Thank you for your entrance, Rabbi. You are experienced.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Taylor.
Commissioner, I call the next witness, Mr. Amar Singh.
Yes.
Take your time, Mr. Singh, no rush.
Mr. Singh, do come through. Mr. Singh, will you take an oath or make an affirmation?
Either or is fine, thank you. I can make an oath.
Right, not sure what religious text.
I think God is all one, right?
Ah, very well.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. Could you please state your full name for the Commission?
My full name is Amar Singh, AmarPreetsingh.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Your address is known to the Commission. You are the founder and president of Turbans for Australia, is that right?
Yes.
You have prepared a witness statement dated 25 August 2026. Is that witness statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Commissioner, I tender that witness statement with ID stat.899.0001.0699.
Yes, the statement is admitted.
Mr. Singh, you have dedicated much of your life to community service and volunteering. I understand you were named the 2023 Australian of the Year Local Hero and the 2023 New South Wales Australian of the Year Local Hero, is that right?
Yes, I was.
Among other recognitions, you were also the 2023 New South Wales Volunteer Leader of the Year, the 2022 Parramatta Citizen of the Year, and the 2022 Volunteer of the Year for Central Sydney, is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
In 2015, you founded Turbans for Australia, which I understand is a Sikh-led charity based in New South Wales, is that correct?
Yes.
What was the aim of Turbans for Australia?
Yeah, before I answer that, can I ask you to speak up for the next question, please? My ear's a bit popping, so.
Yes, my apologies.
I guess I started Turbans for Australia as a way to give back, but also to encourage the Sikh community to get involved in volunteering, because I believe every faith tells us to give back to humanity and look after fellow human beings, and I think we all need to practice that. But personally, since 9/11, Sikhs have been, I get the target of hate crime. If I can go back to the US, the first person to die in the US was a Sikh service station owner who was shot by somebody thinking he was a Muslim, and he died, and his turban is actually preserved in the 9/11 memorial. So that was sort of the reasons, and being called a terrorist every now and then in my trucking job, I thought something has to give, because I didn't want the same experiences for my next generation who are born here. But they're going to look like me. My son might choose to wear a turban and have a beard, and he'll be asked, where's home?
I understand that since 2015, the organisation has become widely known for responding swiftly to crises, whether bushfires, floods, or moments of national tragedy, guided by the Sikh principle of seva, or selfless service. Is that right?
Yes.
Could you give some examples of the emergency assistance that Turbans for Australia has provided?
In this incident, or just general?
No, just generally.
So we started back in the day in 2015, hearing radio reports of how farmers were committing suicide due to the drought. And coming from India, our part of the country is a big farming community in northern India, and I was really shocked by that, because I see and hear, because I grew up in India until I was 15, so I have sort of first-hand knowledge of these things, that farmers would commit suicide due to debt and other things. And I thought that can't be happening in a country like Australia, that people come to from all parts of the world for a better life, so why are farmers killing themselves? And that sort of got me involved. We collected a few $1,000s, bought grocery from local IGA and trucked it up to Dubbo, to the Salvation Army. And then we learned more there that farmers actually need hay. So we collaborated with another charity out of Bendigo, and a few months later we took about 7 trucks of hay from Camden in southwest Sydney to Coonamble in western New South Wales. So we've done projects like that, a lot of multicultural events, because again, if I go back to the original notion why I started this, was so encourage people to have a dialogue, because a lot of times I get a question, how long is your turban, how long is your beard, hair, and how you tie it. So we do an event where we tie turbans on people at multicultural festivals and others to say, hey, we're all human beings. So along those lines, we also helped out during different disasters, I guess. Back in 2019, when the Black Summer bushfires happened, we were helping out with truckloads of water, groceries, and other things that we'll purchase in Sydney, take it out to south coast or north coast of New South Wales. And then after that was COVID, which started from one sort of set of meals for the elderly, because they were going to shops, not having much groceries and other things. That turned into a pretty big mission in itself. We were running multiple COVID relief kitchens in Sydney, Dubbo, Queanbeyan, and Canberra, Gold Coast, Brisbane, and others. And then again, I guess the floods in Lismore, and right now, cost of living crisis.
Turning to the events of 14 December 2025 in Bondi, you note in your statement that you were deeply affected by what occurred on that day. What was your response?
Sorry, could you speak up, please?
Sorry.
My ears are not with me today.
You note in your statement that you were deeply affected by what occurred in Bondi on 14 December 2025. What did you do in response?
Yeah, I guess due to our multicultural commitment, we have participated in events in Waverley Council. They do an event called World Food Table. I've actually spoken at Waverley RSL about volunteering. So for me, again, living in sort of southwest Sydney, Bondi is my beach as well. And I was so upset that somebody would, take the liberty of other human beings, fellow Australians, away for being at the beach and celebrating what their faith tells them to do. So I went down with a team member and my wife to lay some flowers at the ritual, and it sort of moved me, because I think this is not right. You see other nations and other countries going through conflict and death and destruction, but I thought it shouldn't be happening right in our backyard. And having that links with Bondi, I thought it could have been one of us or our team. So that was very personal, and again, we got talking to the council, and they said, we can give you a space to put on meals, and so we did. The next day we turned up with meals.
What did you distribute at that stand?
So we basically had rice and curry, Indian vegetarian rice, fruit, water, because a lot of the people that were coming to pay the respect at the vigil didn't bring in water and weren't in the right mindset because they were grieving, and we heard firsthand from many people who were local. And Bondi is not a low socioeconomic area from any part of the discussion, but people were traumatized, and many people said to us that was the only meal they had all day. So that sort of made it worthwhile for us to put in the 14-15 hours we were back and forth to make sure we're there for our fellow Australians. We also had donations. A wonderful young influencer, I think I can call her, she reached out and she offered kosher lollies, which I didn't know existed until that day. So I was like, okay, we'll take that on, and we did, and a lot of the people from the Jewish faith enjoyed it, and I know one of the rabbis posted about that as well on his social media. I think he's from Melbourne.
I understand that you expanded the operation in response and continued providing assistance each day for around 5 or 6 days. Is that right?
That's right, we did, yeah. And we also had a barbecue on the last day in the morning, because as a vegetarian, we do put on a barbecue with vegan sausages because it sort of caters for everyone, and it was lovely to do that.
You described the response from the broader community as extraordinary as people came together in your words from the statement, harmony and mateship. Could you describe the broader community response?
Yes, being such a, I guess, time and tragic event it was, we sort of put a post up on our Facebook to say, hey, we need volunteers, thinking that might be better to get local volunteers because it is a bit of high coming out from Western Sydney and other parts of Sydney and our regular volunteer base. But we had people reaching out to us. I remember one particular young lady came all the way from Penrith to volunteer, and I said, are you sure you want to come? She goes, that's fine. It took her probably an hour 20 to get there. She did. We also had our regular Lions Club of Carlingford Dundas that helps us during our normal food packing operation, and they came out to help as well, and some of our regular volunteers and people from the local community who lived across the road or within the Bondi suburb that wanted to help out.
What backgrounds, cultures and faiths did the volunteers come from?
Well, firstly I would say they were all humans, but I guess from all faiths and background, and probably some people that didn't have a faith but they just wanted to help.
What was the age range of the volunteers?
Age range varied from my daughter and team member's daughter who was 6 at the time to our oldest volunteer. I don't want to get her age wrong, but in the mature years, and she's an auntie from the community who's been in Australia for a very long time.
I understand that local businesses also provided support, including food and supplies. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. So we'll actually, go buy a drink or buy ice cream. So people offered us for free. They're like, hey, you guys are doing a good job. We can't charge you. Others offered us if you needed anything in terms of snacks, and others, local bakery donated bread and other things for us so we could hand it out. And also one of the volunteers that came with us on the barbecue, a day before the barbecue, his wife works in a bakery. So they supplied all the bread rolls free of charge.
In your statement, you have described 2 young girls who approached you with an envelope containing a donation. Could you explain that donation?
Yes, I actually have that with me today. It was 2 young Jewish girls. I believe one of them, I know she's Jewish because she told me later. They were handing out chocolates with a printed out message of hope and gratitude, which I thought was very brave and beautiful thing to do, because I think as a country, as a generation, we need to empower our young people to take charge of our society and head it in the right direction. So I was very pleased with them, what they were doing, because I think we need to teach our young ones to get involved in community.
You mentioned just then that you had it with you. Is that something you were hoping to show to the Commissioner?
Well, I can. It's in my bag, sorry.
No,
Okay.
we won't do that. We can arrange that later if necessary.
Sure.
You said in your statement that the volunteer effort itself reflected the best of Australia. What do you mean by that?
I think in my small world, whenever I head out to a campaign, be it the disasters or other things, there are people that give you a thumbs up, or give you a hug or a smile, and that's what makes me do what I do. In fact, I remember during COVID times, I had a young lady beeping her car horn behind our food van, and I was thinking, I'm not doing anything wrong, so why am I getting beeped at? And then she did, and then she waved out, and I was like, oh. And then she came out and gave me $50. She goes, hey, I really want to thank you for what you do. So I think when we head out to those disaster zones, it's not the people that need help, but our trucks and vans also bring out hope and gratitude, and also the appreciation that us as city folks, as multicultural Australians, appreciate and want to support people going through disasters. So this is one of the many reasons, and I think it makes you feel good as a human being as well.
You note that you consider that the response to the Bondi attack, including the response to your stand and initiative, demonstrated the strength of social cohesion in Australia. Could you expand on that?
Yeah, I think we definitely need to work on social cohesion. We're seeing now as well in normal political spheres, our society is polarised. For a person like me or people of other faiths, be a Jewish person wearing a cap or a Muslim woman wearing a hijab, we get judged. Until I open my mouth, I'm not welcomed in the room. People always ask, where's home? So that is where Australia is heading, sadly. But I think through our joint efforts, we can bring back to the Australia that we all belong to, that we all have a right to be happy, safe, and excel in life. So for me personally, social cohesion is something that we need to work on all levels and encourage people from all faiths of life and all walks of life to come together and make this place a better place for our next generation.
Thank you for your evidence, Commissioner. I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you indeed for your evidence,
Thank you.
Mr. Singh. You
Thank
are
you.
excused.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Commissioner, I now call two witnesses to give evidence in the hearing room concurrently.
Yes.
They are Dr. Naba Masad Alfayadh and a witness who will be giving evidence under the name Sarah, and I'd note that there is a non-publication direction in place in relation to that witness's
Yes.
name.
Very well.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. And will you be giving me an affirmation?
An affirmation.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes, do sit down.
Dr. Alfayadh, can I ask you to please state your full name?
Naba Masad Alfayadh.
Your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a witness statement dated the 24th of August 2026.
That's correct.
Is that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender that witness statement. It has doc ID stat.899.000.0696_R.
Yes, the statement is admitted.
And Sarah, your address is also known to the Royal Commission. You have prepared a witness statement dated the 24th of August 2026. Is that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender that statement as well. Doc ID stat.899.000.0695_R.
Yes. Sarah's statement is also admitted.
Dr. Alfayadh, you are a medical doctor and also the Chief Executive Officer of Rama Health.
That's correct.
And I understand that Rama Health is a global public health charity registered with the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission.
That's correct.
The organisation supports Arabic-speaking families by providing healthcare information and resources relevant particularly to the first 5 years of a child's life. Is that right?
That's right.
And those resources are prepared by a multidisciplinary team and they're made available to members of the community in the Arabic language.
We've recently expanded to Arabic, Farsi, Indonesian and English, but yes, that is correct.
And in your statement, you said that Rama Health is dedicated to healing, equity, and love in family life.
Yes, we seek to heal the world through family love.
And the organisation was awarded a top prize at the Telstra Small Business Awards in 2025.
We're very honoured.
Congratulations. And in addition to your medical work and your charitable work for Rama Health, you are also a mother to a 5-year-old daughter.
She is absolutely the inspiration for everything I do.
And you yourself came to Australia as a refugee in 2003 after the Iraq War.
Yeah, when I came to Australia as a refugee after the Iraq War in 2003, I only knew 2 words of English, Pepsi and hello. And the transition was really hard for a child refugee. I did face racism and Islamophobia when I came to Australia, but I also I was overwhelmed by the love that exists in Australia as well. Love that helped me heal from that refugee journey and the war, and that helped me thrive and become the person I am today.
And you've come to give evidence today with your friend Sarah, who I'll introduce shortly. She refers to you, as I understand it, by your first name, which is Naba.
Yes.
And you're comfortable for me to do that as well?
Yes. Thank you.
And you've described in your statement Sarah as helping you, and we'll come to explore how this has come about, as helping you to shine a small candle in the world.
Sarah is an angel. It's surreal that we get to work together to create the world that we want for our children and all Australians, and hopefully beyond. I have so much admiration and love in my heart for Sarah. It's been incredible to work together. Thank you, Sarah, for your heart and your endless energy to heal the world together.
Sarah, you describe yourself in your witness statement as a Jewish mother and teacher.
Yes, that is correct.
And you're currently employed as a trauma-informed education specialist.
That's correct.
You have a daughter, and your daughter is around the same age as Nava's daughter, is that right?
A little bit younger.
Your professional background is in trauma-informed teaching practice across culturally diverse settings, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you were studying teaching, you were recognised by the Minister for Education for your contributions to education of students from Muslim refugee backgrounds, is that right?
That's correct.
And you said that trauma-informed education has been the focus of your teaching practice since that time.
It has.
Sarah, you've offered some reflections in your witness statement about your own family from paragraphs 4 through to 6.
Yes.
Can I ask you to share those reflections with the Commission?
Yes, thank you. When my child reaches prep, I want to send them to a public school. I want them to be a part of Australia's beautiful multicultural society, to make friends from diverse backgrounds and be involved in celebrations of different cultures. My husband was a teacher at a government school. Staff and school leadership created an environment within which he felt unsafe. He was told by school leadership that if he felt unsafe, he should leave, so he left, even though he had often said that he wanted to become part of the furniture. He now teaches at a Jewish school, and he does love it there, but choice got taken away. If we want to keep our choice of sending our child to a government school, then I need to utilize my knowledge and experience to support teachers to create classrooms in which my child and other children from culturally diverse backgrounds will be safe. I need to know, when making that choice, that teachers are taking action to support their students' development holistically.
And Naba, to provide some of the background to the collaboration that you and Sarah have been involved in, can I ask you please to read from your statement from paragraph 6 through to 15?
Yeah, absolutely. When the anti-Semitic attack happened in Bondi in 2025, I was in shock, like all Australians. It's unfathomable and will forever be one of the greatest tragedies in Australian history. Like many who've sat in this chair before me, it's unfathomable, and my body feels so much grief every time I have to think about it again. As a Muslim who's experienced the Christchurch trauma, I could only imagine the fear, the alarm, the palpitations, the sense of disconnection that the Jewish community must have been experiencing, and for many still experiencing. For me, after Christchurch, police and government regulations were important, rules were important, but they didn't make my body feel somatically safe again in Australia. What did make me feel safe was love and connection. I wasn't convinced that if I was at a train station and someone wanted to attack me for being Muslim, I wasn't convinced that the threat of discrimination laws or police could keep me safe. But I knew that someone's love and connection could make them stand up for me no matter where I was. And I wanted to use that knowledge and that experience to extend love towards the Jewish community, to extend love and connection that could create safety again for the Jewish community.
And can you tell us about the initiative that you developed together with your daughter as a vehicle to express that love?
Yeah. After that horrific attack, inspired by the story of Hanukkah and the incredibly powerful symbol of a small candle shining against a vast darkness, my daughter and I created a children's book called Kookaburra Kindness that helps children make sense of what happened in a developmentally safe way. It acknowledges the trauma and the hurt to the Jewish community on the day, and acknowledges the people who tried to help. My daughter provided the illustrations for the book, and it includes an introduction by Auntie Marlene Drisdale, a First Nations auntie, and Michaela Staffraci, a Jewish grandmother. It acknowledges that a sad day happened in Sydney, and it also contains lots of drawings of bees and lots of colour purple to honour Matilda Bee. I wrote it for two reasons. The first reason was I saw our country being overtaken by fear and division after Bondi, and I wanted people to see that the light of love on that day was really bright and was brighter than the darkness of violence that day. I wanted people to remember that we have a lot of love in our country. And the second reason I wrote it was because I wanted to galvanise as many Australians as I could to shine our little candles wherever we may be, and to get every single candle counts, no matter how small. But together, those cumulative candles can really change our country for everyone.
And I understand that you had in mind messaging first to the Jewish community, but then also messaging to the broader Australian community. Can you comment on that?
Absolutely. On the first reason, I wanted to say to the Jewish community, we love you. I know deep in my bones that Australia is overwhelmingly filled with love for the Jewish community. We saw that in Bondi. We saw so many people ready to sacrifice their lives, so many people lining up to donate blood, the flowers, the vigils, everyone trying to check in on Jewish colleagues and Jewish neighbours and the Jewish community. I wanted to make sure to write that down, that Australia loves the Jewish community, that Australia is overwhelmingly filled with love for the Jewish community. And to the broader community, I wanted everyone to realise that it is absolutely within our power to create a better shared society together. That if we all try to shine our little candles, your small candle might be smiling at someone who is different. It might be giving your seat to someone on the train. It might be helping someone carry their shopping. Whatever small candle every individual one of us shines, they all count and they all create a better shared Australia together. So I wanted this to be a new beginning for our country.
And Dr. Alfayadh, you said at paragraph 16 of your statement that you are passionate about understanding anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and indeed all discrimination through the particular lens of child psychology, what impact does discrimination have on the psyche of a child?
Absolutely. As a doctor and as a mother, I'm really concerned about this. When children encounter discrimination, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, we're teaching them that a part of them is unwanted. And the shame that we teach children is so damaging for their psyches. I really wanted us to all realize that the physical violence on that day was horrific. But there is also lots of psychological violence that many of our kids are carrying, and that we need to deal with both, and we need a sustained, forever commitment to social cohesion to protect our kids and to create the country that we all deserve to live in.
Sarah, can I bring you in at this point to share what you've described in your witness statement at paragraph 7 as your journey with Kookaburra kindness, with your observations from paragraph 7 through to 10.
Thank you. After the Bondi attack happened, I thought, this is a collective cultural trauma event, and we needed a social story for children to help them process it. I knew it needed to be a multicultural community initiative to support the feeling of belonging in our multicultural Australia. So I began looking to see if anyone had written a social story, and honestly, I was doubtful that I would be able to find someone who had. I discovered Dr. Naba Masad Alfayadh and her book Kookaburra Kindness in early April 2026. I was so relieved and amazed by her kindness, love, and healing language. To me, the book was perfect. It included Jewish and First Nations voices, and I saw that it was full of hope and so full of love. I reached out to Naba, writing the following. I already know that I will not be able to put into words the profound healing impact that your writing has had on me and can have on the Jewish community. The words thank you cannot begin to respond. I found your book because I was searching to find if anyone had made a book for children to help them process Bondi. Late last year, I tried to create such a children's book, but I could not. I felt that as a Jewish person, I couldn't adequately help with the healing that I felt comes from a sense of cultural safety and belonging that comes from someone who is not Jewish in the wider Australian society speaking up. Naba and I connected and discovered that we had a lot in common. We had both gone to Monash University. We both had young children. They met and became fast friends. Their friendship is adorable. They walk around holding hands. Naba's refugee background felt like a loving symmetry in that we had taken caring action for each other's communities in our lives. We also learned about each other's diversity, and I learned about Sufism, which has been insightful and inspiring. I immediately saw the potential in Naba's book to be a healing force for Jewish community. I shared the book with Jewish community leaders who expressed appreciation and support. Multiple Jewish community leaders requested that we please share this book with government schools, so I focused on how most impactfully to share Kookaburra kindness with government schools. Would you like me to read the next?
Yes, please.
10.
You've reflected from paragraph 10 on how aspects of the book have resonated with aspects of your own Jewish traditions. Would you like to expand on that?
This paragraph is about how Jewish tradition has also helped inform the creation of the educational resource that now accompanies the book. Jewish tradition teaches us that there is value in coming together and responding to tragedy through communal readings of books of hope. We do it in our festivals each year. Each year we read the Haggadah at the Seder on Pesach, eating symbolic foods referred to in the book. We pray for next year in Jerusalem as a response to the story of slavery and Exodus, and in that way the Haggadah is a book of hope. Each year for Purim we gather together and read the Megillah, the book of Esther. We dress up in costumes as experiential learning of hiding our identity. We have these traditions and routines in place in our culture to help guide us through life. Our traditions can help us and our children respond to trauma events when it feels unfathomable. Our traditions help us to know what to do.
And Sarah, with those traditions in mind, you have created together with Naba a resource, the Kookaburra Kindness box, which contains, amongst other things, the Kookaburra Kindness book. Are you able to explain the traditions that you're seeking to implement and continue through that resource?
Yes. I created the Kookaburra Kindness Box as a multimodal literacy experience for a lower primary setting. The Kookaburra Kindness Box is trauma-informed, culturally responsive, and grounded in educational theory. It intends to support children to process Naba's book in a way that meets them at the developmental stage that they are at, in a way that scaffolds their interaction with the text and facilitates community building for their classroom. The Kookaburra Kindness Box is filled with all the resources and teacher guidance required for the session, and the box is wrapped by artwork done by Maya Naba's children, artwork of hearts and bees in honour of Matilda. Would you like me to go into details of the session? The session is designed to begin with a yarning circle reading of Kookaburra Kindness. Yarning circles being a traditional Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander practice for community building and sharing stories. Within the yarning circle, each student holds a colourful battery tea light candle, referencing the Hanukkah message of everyone being able to bring light. Following the reading is a collective finger painting experience with vibrant colours to engage with the finger painting of Naba's daughter, the feature in the Kookaburra Kindness book.
And Sarah, I understand you've drawn on your own professional background as an educator who works in the trauma space in developing these materials.
So this resource is also grounded in educational theory. In a lower primary and early childhood setting especially, cultural development is intertwined with cognitive development. According to Bronfenbrenner's ecological systems theory, culturally responsive teaching supports children's overall development. According to Vygotsky's socio-cultural learning theory, young children learn to tell time through culture. And that is why the developmentally appropriate time to have Kookaburra Kindness shared with children in the classrooms each year would be over Hanukkah. The routine and consistency of this plan is also a key element of trauma-informed teaching practice. We have received amazing support from many community leaders from within the Jewish community and beyond.
And I understand amongst that support there's been some partnering with the Jewish organisation Stand Up and also some support that's been received from Monash University, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're looking to roll out a pilot of the use of that resource in schools in Term 4 of this year?
Yes, evaluated by the Faculty of Education at Monash.
Dr. Alfayadh, when you wrote the book, I understand that you sought to publicise it as a resource, including amongst members of the Muslim community. What reaction did you receive from the Muslim community who learned of the book around your involvement and your daughter's involvement in that project?
So much support from so many people within the Muslim community. So I started writing the book after Bondi. One of my friends told me that her 5-year-old daughter asked her, why do they want to kill us? And I had a 4-year-old daughter at the time. I would move Mount Everest like stone by stone to protect my daughter from ever thinking that. And to read that my friend's child was fearing that someone would kill her and was asking her mother, why do people want to kill us? I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep, I had to do something. And so I started writing the book. The first version was finished on December 23rd, and we published it on Jan 3rd, 2026. We received so much support across the community. So many people were on holidays, but so many leaders from the Muslim community reviewed the book for me, gave me advice. And I remember one of the most salient pieces of advice was from a Muslim leader. And she told me some of her Jewish friends, and this is Sarah's experience as well, realized that the word Jewish wasn't being used in referring to Bondi. And so she told me to try to use the word Jewish more in order to acknowledge that identity and to and to see that unfortunately in the experience post Bondi, the anti-Semitism and the Jewish identity were not being acknowledged. So a lot of support from the Muslim community.
And I understand you brought hard copies of the book with you to the hearing room today, and I think we've arranged for it to be displayed on the electronic system. It has doc ID RCD.5999.0001.0128. Would I be able to ask you please to share some of the beginning pages of your book?
Absolutely.
Yes.
So the book starts with, our country, Australia, is full of many loving, different people, many celebrations of love, culture, family, happiness, and belonging. A sad day happened in Sydney in December 2025. Jewish people celebrating Hanukkah at the beach were hurt. It made many hearts feel heavy and sore. To help, Australians came together that day and the days after too. Parents, friends, lifeguards, the police, and people of all ages helped. Australians protected each other. The job of every grown-up is to care for every child. You are safe, we say. You are loved. Our community is all of us. It's me and you. People of all families, cultures, and beliefs. We choose love. Love is always here. Every single day, even on hard days. Sometimes, on the hardest days, we show our love the most. Hanukkah teaches us that even a small light can shine very brightly. A little kindness lights up a whole room. Kindness is a shining candle that no wind can blow away.
Thank you for sharing those excerpts, and that can be taken off the live feed, and I should note that the book does continue. Sarah, you have included some reflections on what the book and Naba's decision to work on it has meant to you, as well as the work that you've been doing to share the book throughout the Australian community. Would I be able to invite you to read from paragraphs 15 and 16 of your witness statement?
Yes. My child is the great-grandchild of Holocaust survivors. Like many Jewish people, I went on a Poland trip as a teenager. What stayed within me the most from the week-long journey through death camps and mass shooting forest sites was the visual of Majdanek. The visual of the town and the homes overlooking the death camp, and of all the people who had gone about their daily lives and done nothing. I told Naba about Majdanek on the first day that we met, and she gave me a long hug and apologized for not speaking up sooner for the Jewish community and the rising anti-Semitism in Australia. I couldn't believe that she was apologizing, as she had taken action and I had been trying to express how important it was to me that she was speaking up with her boundless love, kindness, and light. Sharing Kookaburra kindness has brought a lot of love and kindness into my life, and I'm incredibly thankful and appreciative to Naba for creating this light that I can contribute to sharing.
And Naba, you have chosen to end your own witness statement with a message that you seek to extend to Jewish children in this country. Can I invite you to share that message?
Absolutely. Before I start, I also wanted to acknowledge Jackie French, who actually, over Christmas, while she should have been with her family, she edited this book for me, and she helped me. She helped with dissemination. She helped with putting it together. So many people, the Muslim community, the Jewish community, and the whole wider Australian community. So many of my doctor friends spent their Christmas time editing and helping put this resource together. Thank you so much, Commissioner Bell. Thank you so much, Ms. Phillips, for giving us the platform to express love and the importance of kindness for creating a better society together. It's so important to me that you've allowed us to be here today and that you've allowed us to express this love. I wanted to end our time with you today to express a message to Jewish children. I want all Jewish children to know that you are loved. I love you, and Australia is overwhelmingly filled with love for you. There are some frightening things happening in our country and around the world, but none of it changes the fact that you are loved. Adults are all working to make our country and our world safer for you and every child. You are Australian. You are Australia. You belong. Australia is a diverse, beautiful, multicultural, wonderful country, and you belong here. Australia is not whole without you and your families and your communities. I want every single child in Australia, however young or old, to know that they belong. I want every child, Jewish children, Muslim children, Palestinian children, Israeli children, First Nations children, I want every child to know that they are unconditionally loved. Every part of you. The shy part, the angry part, the part that has tantrums, the part that hates maths, the part that loves sports, the part that wants to procrastinate, every single part of you is wholly and unconditionally loved. And you don't have to do anything for that love. You are loved because you exist. We are all learning from the story of Hanukkah and trying to create a better country and a better society together. We're all trying to shine our little candles wherever we may be. And today is part of it, and creating a better shared society for all of us. I love you so much.
Thank you for your evidence and your attendance today.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. I'd say Alfayadh, and thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
And you're both excused now, and we'll take lunch.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I call Joseph Posta.
Yes.
Oath. Thank you.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Could you please state your name?
Joseph Lawrence Laposta.
You've prepared a statement for the Commission dated 25 August 2026, correct?
Correct.
You have a copy of that there with you?
I do.
Is it still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender that statement, stat.899.060.0002.
Yes, the statement will be admitted.
You are currently the Deputy Secretary for Crown Lands and Public Spaces at the New South Wales Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure.
I am.
But relevantly for today, you were previously the CEO of Multicultural New South Wales from January 2019 to December 2025, and again from May to June 2026.
Correct.
And more relevantly for today, in January 2026, you were appointed as one of 2 Coordinators General to lead the ongoing community support following the Hanukkah attack at Bondi. And in that capacity, you reported to the Premier.
I did.
And your co-Coordinator General was Michelle Goldman, the CEO of the New South Wales Jewish Board of Deputies.
Who did an outstanding job.
And what were your responsibilities in that role?
Okay. They were focused on providing care, compassion and support to a grieving eastern suburbs and particularly Jewish Australian community.
And you ceased that role in May 2026?
I did.
And in your statement you've set out a number of principles that you adopted in fulfilling your functions.
Yep.
From about paragraph 10. Could I ask you to speak to that?
Yeah, sure. In my role as Co-Coordinator General, I was guided by principles that support psychological recovery, promoting safety, both actual safety and felt safety, fostering calm, strengthening connectedness, supporting efficacy at an individual and a collective level. Obviously, government is a big and unwieldy beast, and for many people involved in the attack directly, they have very little interface with government, so it was necessary to be able to help support them and concierge through the government services, and also in terms of sustaining hope. These principles informed how the New South Wales government services were led and designed and communicated, and reinforced the importance of visible leadership at a practical and accessible supporting level. We prioritised outreach, visible leadership, culturally informed support and practical assistance, delivered through a coordinated no wrong door to government model, a service system designed that ensured individuals could access the help they need, regardless of whichever agency across the government they needed that help from, their organisations, their offices, or whoever they needed. Actions were sequenced to provide immediate reassurance to the whole community, and obviously prioritising the Jewish community, but also providing support as required to the Islamic community. And I wanted to enable community-led healing and rapidly remove barriers that could compound distress for affected individuals and communities.
And as you've noted, one of your priorities was to ensure the Jewish community felt supported and embraced by the wider Australia community. How did you go about doing that?
There was 2 particular initiatives in the moments following the attack. I picked up the phone to a dear friend who's in the room today, and it became pretty apparent pretty quickly that obviously the grief and trauma of what transpired was one thing, but a sense of isolation and a sense of loneliness was pretty apparent very quickly. And so the first initiative that we wanted to prioritise was to reassure our Jewish Australian community that they were not alone. And the primary sort of focus in those first 24 hours, other than obviously all of the New South Wales government funding support and practical initiatives, was on messaging.
And so we led a pledge against anti-Semitism, racism and hate. The New South Wales government, including myself, proactively contacted many of our Jewish community leaders and broader community leadership across the eastern suburbs to offer support and solidarity. On the 17th of December 2025, the New South Wales government called for faith and community leaders to sign a pledge against anti-Semitism, racism and hate we called We Are Stronger Together, which read, "In the wake of the unspeakable attack on our Jewish community at Bondi Beach, we come together across our cultural, linguistic and religious differences to make a unified pledge. We collectively mourn for victims and their families and pledge our support and solidarity for the Jewish community in New South Wales. We pledge to stand up and stand united against anti-Semitism, racism and hate, and to support all victims of racism, hate and religious intolerance. We pledge to protect and promote the rights and responsibilities of all the people of New South Wales in a cohesive and multicultural society. We pledge to work in unity across our cultural, linguistic and religious differences to uphold our democratic values and freedoms. We are stronger together." The idea of the pledge was based on research into the aftermath of similar events, and we leant back on our experiences during the Christchurch attack and obviously the Lint Cafe siege here in New South Wales. And our research and understanding was that it was important to support hope and optimism in a community and give the community something proactive to do. My idea was to ensure that we were united as Australians rather than splintered into smaller cultural or religious groups against hate and anti-Semitism.
And who did you consult in terms of formulating the terms of that pledge?
Yeah, both faith and civic leaders within the Jewish community and other faith leaders as well, to ensure that we could get universal support around that. And Commissioner and all members present today, I was really proud and pleased of the fact that within moments of that pledge going up and going live, and within the days that followed, over 3,000 signatories were adhered to that pledge, and the Minister for Multiculturalism, the Honourable Steve Camper MP, presented that pledge as a bound booklet to the Jewish Board of Deputies approximately 1 week after the attack.
And the pledge itself was made 3 days after the attack. And do I understand, Mr. Posta, that you were then in government employ, were you?
Yes, and always government employed, just seconded from the Multicultural New South Wales role into the Coordinator General of the Bondi Community Response.
How soon after the massacre were arrangements made to second you to attend to the response?
Formally, it was communicated to the public on the 14th of January 2026.
I'm not asking formally.
Yeah, informally I was aware the day after that specialist assistance would be required.
Yeah.
And so I was actually with my family having Christmas lunch, but I was on the first flight from Melbourne to Sydney the following morning.
You go on to describe an interfaith memorial that was held on the 17th of December 2025, which was led by the Archbishop of Sydney at St Mary's Cathedral. You attended that memorial?
Yeah. So on the 17th, as you correctly state, the Archbishop of Sydney, Archbishop Fisher, led an interfaith ceremony and was outstandingly supported by Chancellor Dumit from the Archdiocese as well. In terms of a ceremony to offer solidarity and condolences to our Jewish Australian community, but also to reinforce that in a state like New South Wales, arguably the most culturally, linguistically and religiously diverse state in the world, where we come from over 300 different ancestries, speak 285 different languages and practice 139 different faith traditions, that the Jewish community was not alone. And so on the evening of the 17th, we estimate that about 300 officials attended, 7,000 attendees, and about 20 to 30 different faith groups were invited to come forward and light candles as a part of that ceremony. Since speaking with Chancellor Dumit, I've been informed that 58 civic leaders and 52 faith leaders who went to the ceremony were all there, and joined by members of many of the different leaders of our different faith and civic groups as well.
And did you receive feedback from the Jewish community on what that event meant to them?
Yeah, I think in the days following the attack, it was fair to say that there was there was a general gratitude and appreciation for the spoken word of many Australians, and what we realised pretty quickly was that outpouring of goodwill needed to be sustained, because you're talking about, and some of the speakers will talk to this more in a moment, but you're talking about something that is an event disaster, not an area disaster. And so, in the days following the attack, as the police tape came down and the evidence got collected and all of those things, and then the experts came in from Israel and so forth to adhere to religious practices, very quickly society was moving on. And even within a week of the attack taking place, personal trainers were back on the beach in that very space and those sorts of things as well. We needed to show the community visibly in terms of what we said, but more importantly in terms of our actions, that we, for not 1 minute, would take a backward step from making sure that our Jewish Australian community felt a sense of belonging and that their home was here in Australia and no other place on earth. And to be able to reassure them, we had to do that through actions, and that led to the One Mitzvah campaign.
So that campaign was launched in December 2025, and we've heard previously from Rabbi Castell, who has been involved in that, and so we heard a little bit from him. But could you tell us how that idea came about in terms of your consultations with the Jewish community?
Yeah, so in speaking to rabbis and Jewish community leaders and many people in the aftermath, as I said before, with words and feelings of solidarity, that was one thing, but there was also a sense from the Jewish community that while those sentiments were welcomed, there should be a way to turn it into actions. That is, the Jewish community wanted the wider community to walk with them. In Jewish tradition, a mitzvah is an act of kindness, compassion, and moral responsibility, and others will talk to Rabbi Ali's sentiments and views on this. The campaign asks that all Australians, regardless of their community or faith, undertake a practical act to help others, strengthen the community, and create goodwill. These acts can be as simple as donating, volunteering, or checking in on a neighbour. And on the 15th of December 2025, I attended an emergency meeting of the New South Wales Faith Affairs Council, convened by the New South Wales Minister for Multiculturalism. And that meeting was also attended by a number of religious leaders and a wider group than what normally attends our Faith Affairs Council.
And is it at that meeting that this idea came about?
It was formed. So the expanded New South Wales Faith Affairs Council included Jewish representatives, including Rabbi Nochem Shapiro of Chabad House, North Shore, and Rabbi Benjamin Elson of the Great Synagogue. Before the meeting, as you said, I'd been in regular dialogue with someone who's himself a mensch, but Rabbi Mendel Kastel, who was one of the drivers behind the Mitzvah campaign. During the meeting, when asked how faith communities could support the Jewish community, Rabbi Shapiro, not backwards in coming forwards, made two requests: for the faith communities to stand with the Jewish community and demonstrate unambiguous support, and that led to the pledge, and to undertake one mitzvah, which is an act of kindness, charity, or goodwill to bring light to the world. The New South Wales Faith Affairs Council, with the support from Multicultural New South Wales and the New South Wales Government, proudly launched the One Mitzvah for Bondi campaign on the 19th of December 2025.
And then you've included a copy of the text of the website as an annexure to your statement. So essentially a website was set up which invited any and all members of the community to engage in a mitzvah or an act of kindness.
Yeah,
is that right?
Precisely. And one effective aspect of the campaign was that there was no barriers to being a part of the campaign. For example, there was no sign-up requirement or responsibility. People could register their deed on the campaign website if they wanted to. Another effective aspect of the campaign was that it was very simple. It just captured an act of kindness of any type aimed at making Australia a better place. The campaign used a simple, symbolic Hebrew word, the mitzvah, for people doing tangible things to make a difference. And I was, one Sunday I'd spent a considerable amount of time talking to Rabbi Castell about how he was feeling in his own safety and so forth, and I was reflecting with my wife and my young son on exactly that conversation and talking about the mitzvah concept. And nothing made me prouder when my son put $2 into the at one of the local surf clubs. He put $2 into the Koala Sanctuary Foundation from his own pocket money, and my wife made a donation to Jewish House. Not that it was about the Jewish community, it was more just about doing good and bringing light into the world. I'm also aware that the media company NBC Universal reached out to Rabbi Castell around this time to offer support, and following discussions with the New South Wales government and the Jewish community, NBC Universal created an advertisement which ran on all major commercial television stations supporting the campaign.
And you go on to describe the response to the campaign. Approximately 3,000 people submitted their mitzvahs via the website, but you estimate that many thousands of other people engaged in acts of kindness without registering them.
Yeah, the measurement was never how many. The measurement was never how many registered on the website. That was a tangible way to be able to capture some of that storytelling to share with those that were disproportionately impacted and left, tragically left alone or left, significantly grieving from this attack. It was more around inspiring a movement of people to do good and using that Hebrew word of the mitzvah to bring light to the world.
And what have you heard from the Jewish community about what that campaign meant to them?
A lot. Yeah, it meant a lot. I think it gave everyday Australians that care deeply about the people they share this country with, and the people that, I've had the privilege of working with some of the most patriotic Australians in the past 6 months, and they just happen to be of Jewish faith. And I think it reminded them they weren't alone. And so I think the Mitzvah campaign gave people an outlet to be able to show and walk and do things that made, as simple as giving up your seat on the bus, as simple as asking someone how they were. I think it brought out the best of Australians at just an everyday granular level. And, it's inspired things like Mitzvah House to be set up, and hopefully it inspires, as we approach the 12-month mark of all of these, another renewed level of effort to remind us that these people will have scars that will last forever, and that they should never do that without there being an overwhelming sense of good that can be brought to the world to counter that darkness that these people feel each and every day.
Mitzvah House is a community hub of sorts that's been set up at Bondi Beach. Is that right? Yeah, spot on. And I'm told that many people, Jewish people, come to Mitzvah House to pray, but often members of the public spend time there as well, just to sit with those feelings and reinforce to the community they're not alone. You've outlined in your statement a number of other measures that were implemented to support victims and families in the wake of Bondi, and I won't ask you about the detail of all of those steps that were taken, but can I ask you about the community hub that you refer to at paragraph 47 of your statement? What did that involve?
So as part of our emergency management structures of government, and this comes from our sort of all hazards approach to resilience, what traditionally happens after a flood or a bushfire or so forth is that we establish a community hub that is fundamentally a safe space and a one-stop shop for government. So whether people need help with legal aid or business grants for lost revenue, or they need support in terms of victim services, or they need support from customer service to help them navigate some of the government subsidies or opportunities for support that are available, we set that up originally at the North Bondi RSL, but more sustainably in partnership with the Waverley Council at the Bondi Pavilion down there. And so that was very much a one-stop shop for all government services. It became pretty apparent, as government can do from time to time, that was very good at talking to people that understand how to navigate and use government services, and there was lots of government representatives there, which was good, but more importantly, it wasn't yet a space that the community necessarily connected with. So we worked extensively with the rabbinical leadership, Rabbi Ulman, Rabbi Castell and others, around reinforcing that this was actually a space for them and a safe space and could help them in navigating all of the government services that were available. And so we set up a rabbinical table. It was just a touch point. We made sure all of the catering there was kosher. We put a mezuzah on the door, which is something I'm familiar with from living in Bondi previously. And pretty quickly we made that space effectively a safe drop-in centre for anyone, but particularly those members of the Jewish community. And We ensured that there was interpreters there on site, particularly Russian interpreters and so forth, for any of those that had language barriers. And yeah, very much the focus on it was a safe space. And strangely enough, it became a quasi drop-in centre because it was right behind where the memorial was. And there was moments where some of the victims that were shot and so forth, like they'd get out of hospital and they'd come and they'd have a chat with the rabbi, and you could still see them navigating bullet injuries and puncture injuries and all of these things. And they'd been out of hospital for hours. And so to see the community really wrap around that centre was probably one of my proudest things. And it was also a constant reminder of the fact that we should never become null or immune to these things, and that suffering cannot be in vain.
You've concluded your statement with some observations about the importance of working towards social cohesion. You've observed that it's not something you set and forget.
No.
And you've noted the importance of having curiosity about different faith and cultural groups that call Australia home. Why is that important?
Someone who was a commissioner in a former, in a former Commonwealth Government hearing, Nick Caldis, APM, once told me, and someone that was incredibly experienced in terms of maintaining and fostering social cohesion, talked to me about the fact that social cohesion is very much like a bank account where one needs to regularly make deposits before it makes withdrawals. I believe the social cohesion activities I oversaw as part of the Bondi community response were critical to delivering on the guiding principles set out in paragraph 10 of my statement to support psychological recovery. From my experience, it's possible for governments and civic and faith leaders to support social cohesion. However, it can never be a set and forget, as Council said. I believe one key aspect is to give an outlet for the wider community to become involved in creating a united Australia. And Commissioner, I very much hope and I believe that your findings and report will help us be a lighthouse for that exact thing. Building social cohesion requires genuine investment of time and resources from all parts of government. It's not a government-led initiative. It needs to be government in partnership with civic leaders and community leaders and faith leaders. It's all of us. And if we're looking to others to foster social cohesion, we must look within ourselves first and foremost. I believe one key aspect is to give an outlet to the wider community to become involved in creating a united Australia, and they were the premises of the Mitzvah campaign. Building social cohesion requires general investment of time and resources so that specific faith and cultural groups see themselves as Australians. Our Jewish people are Australians. They belong here. It also requires building new relationships across faith and cultural groups. In my opinion, the government taking active steps to build social cohesion is even more important in today's media environment. Increasingly individualised algorithms and polarised news sources seem to divide our society faster than ever before. In my view, society needs to maintain curiosity about the different cultural and faith groups that proudly call Australia home. It is part of our very fabric and DNA as a country, and I touched on the statistics before. There needs to be a willingness to learn deeply about different perspectives. It is a privilege to share our home with so many different groups and different ways of being and doing things. Now is the time for us to act and create a society of people who are kind, curious and understanding. And Commissioner, I have every confidence in you and your team in helping give us a blueprint to light the way.
Thank you, Mr. LaPosta. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. LaPosta. You are excused.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Phillips.
Commissioner, the next witness I call will be giving evidence under a pseudonym,
Yes.
AEC.
Yes. Oh, Miss Cairns. Yes, very well, thank you. Come forward.
You're giving evidence this afternoon under a pseudonym, AEC, and your address is known to the Royal Commission.
Mm-hmm.
You've prepared a witness statement dated the 21st of August 2026.
Yeah.
Do you have a copy of that statement available to you?
Yes, I do.
Does that statement remain true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It does.
Commissioner, I tender the statement as stat.899.000.0687_R.
Yes, the statement is admitted.
You have worked at Chabad of Bondi for 10 years, is that right?
Correct.
And before that you worked for 2 other synagogues.
Yep.
And prior to that you had worked in public relations.
Correct.
And for the last 2 years leading up to December of 2025, you were the personal assistant to the late Rabbi Eli Schlanger.
Correct.
He had been the assistant rabbi of Chabad of Bondi until his death in the Bondi Hanukkah attack.
That's right.
And you currently work as the manager of Project Noah, which is run out of Chabad of Bondi.
Yeah.
And I'd like to ask you a bit about that project. Project Noah was initiated by Rabbi Schlanger, and it was a project that he launched in August of 2025.
Correct.
And you worked together with him to develop it, and you've reflected that it was a project close to his heart.
Yeah.
What does Noah stand for?
So Noah stands for Nations of All Humanity, but it is also a reference to the 7 Noahide laws, the ancient Jewish framework that outlines basic moral and ethical responsibilities shared by all humanity, which form the foundation of a peaceful and just society.
And from your understanding, what are some of the principles that framework of the Noahide laws includes?
So they transcend any specific religion, and they can include things like human dignity, respect, kindness, justice, and integrity.
And you've identified at paragraph 5 of your witness statement some particular areas that the principles grounded in those Noahide laws cover. Are you able to share that with us?
They cover unity in diversity, the sanctity of human life, empathy and social responsibility, and systems of justice.
And noting that framework, are you able to share what it was that the late Rabbi Schlanger believed about the role of those principles grounded in shared humanity, particularly when it came to combating anti-Semitism?
Of course. So Eli believed that prompting people to remember our shared humanity was actually one of the best ways to combat anti-Semitism. He was someone that worked with people in prisons and hospitals. Through his pastoral care as a rabbi, he knew that meeting people face to face and making these human connections was one of the most powerful and profound ways to change hearts and minds. He used the Noahide laws as a conversation starter, a way to build bridges and to open dialogue. The Noahide laws themselves transcend religion and provide a common universal language between people of different faiths, cultures and backgrounds.
Are you able to comment on why it is that you understand that Rabbi Schlanger decided to create Project Noah?
So he decided to create Project Noah because it was a powerful engagement tool to educate others about these principles in a practical, immersive and hands-on way. But at the heart of his work was always that human connection element, knowing that the world can change through a single conversation and a single interaction at any given time.
Following the rabbi's passing, I understand that you assumed responsibility for the day-to-day running of Project Noah.
Correct.
Alongside Rabbi Mendy Ulman.
Yeah.
And at paragraph 8 of your witness statement, you said that Project Noah is designed to be a fun, interactive and meaningful learning experience with hands-on activities, storytelling and cultural immersion.
Yeah.
Are you able to comment on how that approach to learning ties in with the research on intergroup contact that
Sure.
you've referred to at paragraph 7 of your statement.
So, decades of research on intergroup contact consistently show that meaningful in-person contact between groups and shared activity and shared goals is actually the most effective and enduring way to reduce prejudice and build lasting, resilient, cross-cultural understandings. Rather than seeking to counter anti-Semitism solely through education about persecution or the Holocaust, Project Naba is fun. It fosters positive personal interactions with Jewish people, culture and community life, and it proactively builds personal bonds that withstand societal pressures.
And you've explained that through Project Noah, in its early stage, Rabbi Schlanger had originally invited groups of school students into the Chabad of Bondi community.
Yeah.
How did he run those sessions?
So, participants were welcomed into our Chabad of Bondi synagogue and introduced to Jewish values and traditions with a light and informal approach, and given the opportunity to sit with a rabbi and ask whatever questions they wish. Nothing was ever off limits. Eli really wanted those conversations to be open and honest, particularly with young people from different religions and cultural backgrounds, because he really recognized how easily misunderstandings can arise when another community comes, when knowledge of another community, such as the Jewish community, comes only from social media, stereotypes, and prejudices. So the person-to-person contact diffuses and counteracts misinformation and racial profiling.
And I understand that in more recent times, Project Noah has evolved into a slightly more formalised structure, and you've noted that the program includes a tested 5-part format. Can I ask you to outline what each of those steps involves?
Of course. So when participants arrive at the synagogue, I welcome them, and the program starts with a challah bake, where we braid dough and we essentially break bread together. It is a moving yet fun and open-hearted activity that immediately breaks down barriers.
So that's the first step?
That's the first step. The second step is we introduce a guest speaker. The guest speaker always has an interesting story to tell, and the previous guest speakers have included a local Jewish graffiti artist and a Jewish singer, both of universal sort of interest. And then we do a tour of the synagogue, and we learn about Jewish history and culture, and then we move to a Q&A session with a rabbi, and that's always warm, open and inviting conversation where obstacles melt away and connections are forged. And then finally, and probably the most exciting part for me, is that each participant writes an anonymous short reflection card, and they comment on a few sentences about what they've learnt or what has surprised them in the program. And the card starts off with the term "Today inspired me too," and comments are always positive, and prejudices are watered down or completely erased, and they then post the reflection cards in a box anonymously, and they collect their warm, freshly baked challah, and they leave the synagogue with the sweet taste of challah in their mouths.
And I think the third step in that process was the Q&A session that you mentioned. What sorts of questions do participants have an opportunity to ask in that part of the session? And what have you observed in that respect?
So, depending on the group, questions have ranged. So, we've had questions like, why do rabbis have beards? And then we've had other questions that maybe be a bit more complex, about how to deal with someone who has very strong anti-Semitic views, and the rabbi will always answer that accordingly.
And you've identified that one of the most powerful parts of the program, and perhaps one of the most enjoyable parts for participants, from what you've been able to observe, is the challah baking component.
Yeah.
What makes that powerful and enjoyable, as you said in your statement?
So, challah baking is always a powerful activity. The braiding of the 3 strands of dough into a plait symbolises the coming together of separate identities. So participants regularly report that the challah bake was the highlight of the program for them. So the process of preparing, baking and eating warm challah together creates a relaxed and welcoming environment and reinforces a common value to many cultures, and that is that food really does bring people together. The warmth and fun of the challah bake set the tone for the rest of the program, and more importantly, it shares in the values of what challah represents, and that is charity. We always give some challah to those in need, and family. We switch off on the Sabbath and really have a break from technology to engage with family and have family time.
And you've spoken about those underlying values of the Sabbath or Shabbat. How would you typically explain those values for those who come along to the Project Noah program who might not be Jewish?
So, when we do explain those values, they're universal values. So, the benefit of Shabbat is switching off and having time with family, but many participants that come to the synagogue leave with a greater appreciation of Jewish culture and a recognition that the values that they perceived were uniquely Jewish are in fact values that they already hold themselves, values that bind us all. So they're universal values, they're human values.
And you've said at paragraph 15 of your statement that in your experience the reflection or reflective component of the program is often where its impact is most powerful. And a little earlier in your evidence, I think you described that reflection part of the program as the most exciting for you as
Definitely.
the facilitator personally. What have you been able to learn from that reflection aspect about the impact that Project Noah has on those who attend the program?
So the reflections demonstrate the program's ability to reduce misunderstandings, challenge stereotypes, foster mutual respect and social cohesion. People always leave the synagogue buzzing with new information, sometimes challenged but always uplifted, and possibly with new friends as well.
And you said that the aim of the program is to ultimately promote social cohesion through education, dialogue and shared human experiences. And that's the kind of feedback that you receive from participants, that they've come away with those messages.
Yeah, it's a bridge building, education and engagement program at its core. It's a way of connecting diverse communities through universal values and commonalities. The focus of Project Noah is not to teach or to preach about Judaism, but to create a genuine human connection and to invite participants to engage with values that guide Jewish life. Ultimately, values that are shared by all Australians, irrespective of religion, such as kindness, respect, charity and family.
And the idea is to have particularly school students who may never have met a Jewish person come to a synagogue, meet a rabbi, learn what Jewish life is about. There's no intention of trying to convert people.
Definitely not.
It's to help people to understand that Jewish people are just like everyone else.
Exactly. And most of the people that do come to the synagogue have never met a Jewish person before, let alone been in a synagogue or even met a rabbi. So it's very eye-opening.
And you've noted that the program is primarily designed for non-Jewish school groups, is that right?
Correct. It is a non-Jewish program.
You've said that since December 14 of 2025, the program has continued to expand beyond that initial base of participants. How has it expanded?
So it's been a really exciting program. I've had to pivot post December, and the program has expanded twofold. So not only schools, but universities, government agencies, local councils, faith-based communities, sporting teams and groups, and they've all expressed interest in Project Noah, including corporate groups that want to come through and really educate their staff.
And you've noted, this is at paragraph 14 of your statement, that while it might be that the language or perhaps the topics that are explored through the program may differ depending on the demographic or the audience of the program, that the principles and structure remain the same.
Exactly. It can be used across all ages and demographics and all cultures. It's the beauty of the program.
And you've observed that Rabbi Schlanger, who you knew as Ellie, wanted Project Noah to be established Australia-wide.
Yeah.
And you understand that a similar initiative is currently being developed in Melbourne?
It has just started in Melbourne. Project Noah, the Victorian branch, has just started.
You've expressed some hopes for the future of Project Noah at the end of your witness statement.
Yeah.
Can I ask you to share those with us?
Sure. So my fervent hope is that we can continue the work that Ellie began but did not see completed. For the Jewish community, but more importantly for Australia, it's essential that we honour his legacy and his powerful work. Every participant who takes part in Project Noah leaves with a deeper understanding that there is far more than unites us than divides us. Ellie's mission in life was to share light, love and peace, and Project Noah achieves this by lighting the way for others, one heart and one mind at a time.
Thank you for your evidence.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
You are
Commissioner.
now excused.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Commissioner, I call Nina Bassat.
Yes. There's Bassat.
Solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please say, I do.
I do. Do take a seat, Ms. Bassat. Thank you.
Would you please state your full name?
Janina Bassat.
You've prepared a written witness statement dated 24 August 2026.
I have, yes.
Are the contents of that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner, I attend to the statement STAT.899.069.0693_R.
Yes, the statement will be admitted as an exhibit.
Thank you. You live and have lived most of your life in Melbourne and Victoria?
I have.
You are retired from your profession as a lawyer, but you continue to devote substantial time to community work?
Correct.
You were born in Poland?
I was.
And you came to Australia in 1949 as a 9-year-old, surviving the Holocaust after 2 years in a displaced persons camp in Germany, is that right?
That's correct. I'm sorry, if I may correct you, I survived in Poland in a ghetto and in hiding. The displaced persons camp was after the war.
Thank you. Only some members of your family survived to make the journey to Australia with you. Would you like to describe how you came to arrive in Australia?
Only 4 of us survived, and we were the remnants of 3 large families. And we came here because it seemed the furthest away from what we had suffered, and we had been told that it was a haven, and indeed it proved to be so.
And what were your impressions in those early years growing up in Australia?
I just fell in love with everything, the sunshine and the fruit and the people, mostly the people. My first day at school, my mother was a hard taskmaster and she took me to school. Third day in Australia, I didn't know a word of English, and that did not prevent her from dropping me there. But from that very first day at school, I felt accepted. And was the first time in my life that I felt accepted.
And you built a life here with your husband, and you have children and grandchildren, and I understand great-grandchildren now.
Absolutely, yes. Lots of them.
Now, if you bear with me for a moment while I ask about your own history of community leadership. Since around 1980, you've held several leadership positions in the Jewish and wider community, particularly in Victoria.
Yes.
You undertook 2 terms as the President of the Jewish Community Council of Victoria.
I did.
You were President of the Executive Council of Australian Jewry.
Yes.
And you represented Australian Jewry at the World Jewish Congress.
I have done so, yes.
And you've had a number of other roles in leadership positions in the Jewish community, both here and overseas.
That is correct.
You currently serve on the board of the Melbourne Holocaust Museum Foundation.
I do.
Could you describe briefly your work with that foundation?
The purpose of the foundation was to enable the Holocaust Museum to function in perpetuity in terms of funding, and we have been doing so for over 20 years. But I'm also involved in some of the work that they do, particularly, and I was very taken by listening to the evidence on the Project Noah, because Melbourne Holocaust Museum is doing something similar in the space program, which is where Jews speak to non-Jews, and this is not part of the Holocaust education program. This is a part of, we speak to corporates, to schools, and in the same way as the Project Noah, we try to tell you that we're just part of the community and we're like everyone else in the community.
And you yourself have been directly involved in those sessions, as I understand it, is that right?
Yes, the program consists of 6 videos. I'm the subject of one of them, and they are then part of the discussion program when the schools or it's not the schools, it's the educators or the corporates, when they come in, those videos are discussed and from various perspectives.
You also serve on the Board of Guardians of the Door Foundation, which was established in 2025 to combat anti-Semitism and hate.
I do.
Would you care to describe your role and the foundation's role?
I think they needed an old lady. no, sorry, strike that.
No, that's perhaps a very valuable bit of evidence.
I think I was invited to join because I had a broad area of experience within the community, and I think I've been enormously privileged in that people speak to me. And when people speak to you, you understand more. Well, you have some understanding. I don't claim to understand. You have some understanding of how the community feels and how the community functions. And I was also very flattered to be invited because it is a board of substance. Everyone there has a major contribution. Our chairman is Josh Frydenberg, whom many of you know, and it's a board that really works and tries to get somewhere.
And to pick up on one of your observations, then you have said in your statement that arising from your experience talking to members of the Jewish community, you at pains to emphasise that it is not monolithic, to use your expression. You see it as a microcosm of diversity and struggles that exist in the broader community. Would you like to elaborate on that?
Yes, my experience is that we have almost identical rates of divorce. We have similar rates of people living under, a proportion of people living under the poverty line, because one of the tropes is that we're a wealthy community. Indeed, I wish we were as a community. So we have people living under the poverty line exactly to the proportion of the rest of the community. We have family violence. We argue fiercely over which football code we barrack for. We are a microcosm of the community.
Among other honours, in 2004 you were appointed a member of the Order of Australia in recognition of your service as an executive member of peak Jewish organisations and your role in the promotion of greater community understanding.
I was.
You have said in your statement at paragraph 27 that empathy and respect for others are the cornerstone both of Judaism and of social cohesion. Would you like to address that parallel?
Yes, it's a topic that makes me very sad because we seem to have lost the power to be kind and the power to interact with civility. And I do think that unless we regain that, unless we learn to speak to each other as individuals, not as ideologies, we will not regain what we have lost in the social cohesion area.
I will ask you a little more about your views on social cohesion in a moment, but could I take you back to a topic that you address in your statement, which is October 2023. In your statement you described that essentially for 74 years up until the 7th of October 2023 Australia was a haven for you.
It was.
But the things changed in October.
I did. If you would mind telling me which paragraph are you addressing, because I've mentioned this in a couple, so I'd like to be on point if I may.
Yes. 15 is where you begin.
Because we jumped to 27 before.
Yes, we did
thank
jump
you.
forward.
Yes, well, it was. I've always thought that Australia was a paradigm of multiculturalism, that it didn't matter where you came from, it didn't matter what your religion was, we all more or less seemed to get on. And that hasn't been the case. We've become very divisive. We've put labels on each other. We no longer treat each other as just another human being. It's always, you're a Jew or you're a Muslim, or that shouldn't be that preface.
At the time of the Hamas attack, you yourself were visiting Israel, and you describe in your statement, this is in paragraph 19, seeing the images from the Opera House protest on the 9th of October. Could you describe your response to that and the subsequent steps that you took?
I think it's fair to say that I was shattered. I couldn't understand it. I'm 87 years old and I cannot understand the Holocaust. I just cannot understand how it could have happened. That is how I felt on the 9th of October. I thought, the country hasn't even buried its dead yet. We're suffering. I mean, the suffering was palpable from everybody, and yet people are not coming out in sympathy. They're vilifying us. I couldn't understand that lack of empathy. I was shattered by the lack of humanity.
You and others who had survived the Holocaust wrote a joint letter in November 2023.
We did, yes.
We have a copy of that letter and we will be tendering it into the records of the Commission. But what was your purpose in putting your name to that statement?
Because what was happening was so incredibly reminiscent of the rhetoric of Germany in the 1930s. And everyone here knows where that led. And I was going to say it frightened me. It didn't frighten me in a personal level. I know that we can survive, I have. But it frightened me as to what it is doing to our country. We are urged, in that letter, we urged Australians to denounce anti-Semitism and hatred. We, meaning the survivors, the 100 or so survivors who signed it, had never ever envisaged that Australia, which we really thought of as the most wonderful place in the world, that it would become Europe of the 1930s. It was to me incomprehensible.
You further reflect on modern anti-Semitism in paragraphs 24 and 25 of your statement, and you say in paragraph 25 that anti-Semitism is a great pain to the Jewish community, but is Australia's shame. Would you speak to that?
Anti-Semitism is not a Jewish problem. Anti-Semitism, as I said, is our individual pain and our communal pain, but it is not a Jewish problem, because a society that allows bullying, a society that allows vilification, is a society that degrades itself. It brings down its entire population, and it speaks to the values to which the population abides. And so that's why I say it's our pain, but it's Australia's shame.
And you've elaborated on that, particularly in paragraph 29, when you refer to your view that democracy is increasingly fragile, having regard to your own knowledge of history and modern affairs, and you refer to a speech you gave in 2024 to the United Nations Holocaust Remembrance Day in Melbourne. Can you tell us about that address?
I spoke about the fragility of democracy. I didn't speak about anti-Semitism because, as a Jew, of course anti-Semitism touches every pore of my body, but democracy is more universal, and we really, really need to guard our democratic values. And I see throughout the world, I'm not a political analyst and I don't seek to be one, but I see throughout the world that democracy is no longer cherished, democracy is no longer guarded, and it's not something that happens by accident. We have to abide by the values of democracy in order to sustain it.
And in particular, you've said that permitting hate speech or dehumanising speech against people is not an aspect of democracy as you understand it, but something that silences the expression of the targeted group. You set that out in paragraph 35, if you'd like to address that.
The thing is, if I may use the loosely thrown around phrase of free speech assumes that you can say whatever you like, but it also assumes that someone is going to be silenced by it or because of it. That was really, in simple terms, what I was trying to say.
You've reflected also on what is required to protect democracy and freedom and the rule of law, and in particular you've emphasised the importance of action by political leaders at all levels of government. Would you like to speak to that?
I would be very grateful if you could lead me to the paragraph you're addressing.
Paragraph 39 and
Thank you, because we are jumping a lot.
I'm sorry.
He does it deliberately.
Of course he does. Old ladies are very easily confused, particularly this old lady.
But full marks so far.
Oh, really? Thank you.
It's paragraph 39 I had in mind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think I speak for myself. I think, if I'm not being arrogant, I speak for much of the Jewish community when I say we felt betrayed after the 7th. You know, federal, state, and even local government did not come out and protect Jews from anti-Semitism. There was a great silence. I expect more from leaders. That is what leadership is. Leadership is noticing the vacuum, getting up there and saying what has to be said. I may be mistaken, but we as Jews felt that wasn't happening. And I was very saddened about that. There was a lack of voices from government, as I say, from many levels, about the damage of hate speech. I mean, hate speech is corrosive. It is totally corrosive, not just of individuals, it's corrosive of the community. It sets the boundaries. And it undermines the fabric of what I thought was Australian life. And there were no leadership voices coming out saying, play nicely. Now, I'm using a colloquialism. They wouldn't have said play nicely, but they would have said we are not going to accept this sort of hate speech. And action would and should have been taken, and it wasn't.
and indeed you invoke the proposition in paragraph 42 that silence and failure to act are the best friends of evil in this connection.
They are. They are. Because at which point does silence morph into complicity? And I couldn't help but ponder on the example of my experience. People were living next to crematoria and they were not making any comments. That is complicity. That is beyond silence. Although, having said that, I should be mindful they would have been putting their own lives at risk if they had said something. So there is that line of at which point do you speak and at which point don't you. But I know people who did speak. So it can be done.
Can I turn now to the topics that you address in paragraph 43 and following?
Thank you.
Where you describe, over the course of the many roles you've held with Jewish communal organisations, your involvement with multicultural and multi-faith initiatives.
Yeah.
Could you describe some of those and how you assess the effectiveness of them?
One can't assess the effectiveness of something one has done, because really that's for others to do. But let me give you one example. We had a dinner with the Chinese community, and they were all dressed in suits and a little bit reticent and very polite, as the Chinese community tends to be. At the end of the evening, I had to ask them to leave because we had gone an hour beyond our allotted time and they were all dancing the horror. Does that give you an example of what I think multiculturalism should look like, rather than giving a didactic speech on it?
And you have said in paragraph 48 you believe we should look forward and not dwell on the past, to see one another as individuals, not as symbols or representatives of ideologies. Yep. Do you care to expand on that?
Again, I'll give you an example, because examples work best. When I was a little girl, after the war, I said to my mother, I hate the Germans. And my mother said, you cannot, this is my mother, who was widowed at 26 and lost her parents and her siblings. She said, you cannot hate a whole people. You must understand there were good Germans and bad Germans, and there are good Jews and bad Jews. People are people. Don't ever use the word hate. That's all I can say to you about not forgetting, but forgiving.
Thank you. Your statement also records in paragraph 50 that the basic premise in your life that you've abided by is that one cannot afford to lose hope, which gives strength and resilience. And the last three paragraphs of your witness statement involve reflections on the Hanukkah attack. Would you care to share those reflections?
I think wiser people than I have said that you can lose everything and survive as long as you don't lose hope. As long as you have hope, as long as you have hope in human nature and in the kindness of people, you will survive and perhaps recover. And I believe that very, very strongly. I think the fact that this commission exists gives me hope. Someone said earlier it's one of the measures that has not been taken in, I won't name the other countries that have problems, well, there are too many of them. So that gives me hope. The fact that 20,000 plus people have put in submissions and not all of them were Jewish, that gives me hope. The fact that when the commission listened to the lived experiences, this was done with immense sensitivity and with kindness, and it had a cathartic effect on many in our community, and I'm sure it also did on the witnesses. You know, it's such a hard thing to define hope. I really need to thank all of you who are working on the commission, because as a former lawyer, I know the blood, sweat and tears that goes into the groundwork, and we appreciate that. We really appreciate that. And if I may sort of go on a sideline, I was intensely moved this morning when I heard you say, Commissioner, that you would not give your report on the anniversary of Bondi because we needed to grieve and commemorate, and that you would do it later. I really thank you for that. I have hope. What can I tell you? Things like that give me hope.
Thank you, Ms. Bassat. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bassat.
Mr. Amar, just to ask.
Oh, most certainly, Mr. Sheehan. My apologies.
Mr. Sheehan, would you be kind enough to tell me what paragraphs you're addressing?
I had the impression from a conversation we had earlier that the subject matter of paragraph 33 of your statement is something that is meaningful to you.
Oh, yes.
I was wondering if you can explain why it's meaningful to you.
Thank you for that, because paragraph 33, the subject matter of paragraph 33 is what has given me perhaps more pain than anything else, and the drafting of paragraph 33 took longer than all the rest of my submission. So thank you. Language has become perverted. We know that. We know that in social media. We know that words are used with a casualness that someone like myself, who did an English major, finds abhorrent. But the thing that, the phrases that worry me the most are freedom of speech, the right to protest. These are being raised with a disingenuity that I find alarming. I think most of us believe that there should be freedom of speech. I would think it's almost universal. I think most of us believe in the rights to protest. But these are not total freedoms. You have to observe the freedom of other people when you use those freedoms for yourself. You do not have blank license. But the thing that possibly gets me the most worked up is the use of the word genocide. Genocide is a very specific, defined, United Nations accepted legal term. It is not a word that one can choose to use with gay abandon, and that is exactly what's happening. And it worries me, because when Raphael Lemkin coined the phrase genocide, and he had to do it because post the Holocaust, we were all unable to grasp what had happened. So he had to find language to define it. And it was fairly strict language. And the thing is that it referred to the state-sanctioned, systematic destruction of an entire huge segment of the community. That's the first thing. And people use it generally to mean, okay, you've killed some people, you've committed genocide. But that's not what it means. For example, death in a war, tragic and horrendous as it is not genocide. And it is equally not genocide if there is not proven intent at the highest possible level. So until you have that, you cannot use that word. I say in my statement, and I'll repeat it because it took me a long time to come to this understanding. The word genocide brings into sharp focus what it means to be one of 100,000 children who survived when 1.5 million were murdered. That knowledge has guided my life. That is what genocide means.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Don't you be sorry. Thank you, Ms. Bassat. You are excused.
Commissioner, the final witness I call is Rabbi Ulman.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Miss Cairns. Rabbi, will you be taking an oath or making an affirmation?
Do you solemnly and sincerely swear and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Rabbi, please state your full name.
Yehoram Ulman.
You are a rabbi of the Chabad of Bondi.
Correct.
You've prepared a written statement dated 24th of August, the 25th of August. Is that right? The contents of that statement true and correct. Commissioner, I tender the written statement is STAT.899.0051.0023.
Yes, Rabbi Ulman's written statement will be admitted as an exhibit.
Rabbi, would you like to address your statement?
Okay. It's supposed to be 2 seconds.
Would you wish to read out your statement?
Yeah, I will. Just okay.
You can certainly make a copy of that.
Thank you, Commissioner, for allowing me to allow me the honor of providing a closing statement today. While Chabad of Bondi's written submission provides our detailed reflections and recommendations, I am before you this afternoon and speak from my heart as a father and as a rabbi of the Chabad of Bondi community for 40 years. At the heart of the Hanukkah story is a decision to return. More than 2,000 years ago, after a period when Jewish practice had been outlawed, the Jewish people returned to the temple in Jerusalem, of which the Western Wall is a remnant, and found it desecrated. They cleared the temple, they rebuilt the altar, and then they lit the menorah, a symbol of the eternal light, being God's unending presence. The miracle of Hanukkah is that only a single jar of pure oil could be found in a desecrated temple, only enough for one day, and yet it burned for 8 days until more oil could be sourced. But before there was this miracle, there was a choice to return, to rebuild, and to bring light back to a place that had known darkness. Commissioner, as this Royal Commission draws to a close, Australia too faces a moment of decision. Over these past months, you have carried a solemn burden, listening to the pain of a community, examining the health of our society, and helping chart a path forward. I thank you for this. On Sunday, 14th of December last year, close to 1,000 of us gathered at Bondi Beach for the first night of Hanukkah. Families came with the children. Friends found one another in the crowd. And at the center stood the menorah that we had come to light. We were there to celebrate Jewish life openly in the place that for generations of Australian Jewish families had simply been our home. But we didn't get to light the candle at night, and we all know why. 15 innocent people so tragically lost their lives may the memory be a blessing. Among them was a Holocaust survivor. Children lost parents. Parents lost children. Families were shattered, and the impact has rippled far beyond those who were there that night. More than 40 people were seriously injured, and countless others carry wounds that cannot be seen. Among those who perished was my son-in-law, Rabbi Eli Schlanger. My daughter and the 8-week-old baby were wounded and hospitalized. 3 days later, I stood in Chabad of Bondi, our synagogue, preparing to bury Eli. The mourners overflowed into the street. I looked at the coffin of the man who had married my daughter, who had become my son, who had worked beside me for years, and who was the father of 5 of my grandchildren. Eli was the first of 10 funerals that I presided over in 3 days. These funerals were for people I was deeply connected to. At the time of Eli's funeral, Hanukkah was not yet over. There were still 5 nights to come. And that day, our community made a decision. On the final night of Hanukkah, we would return to Bondi Beach, to where the attack had taken place, and we would light the menorah there. We couldn't undo what had happened. We couldn't bring back those we had lost or remove the grief from the families whose lives had been shattered. But we could decide what we would do next. That is why the work of this Royal Commission matters so deeply. You have heard confronting evidence. People came forward and relieved painful experiences because they believe it is important for the truth to be heard and for Australia to learn from it. I thank them for the courage, and I thank the Commission for listening. You have heard during these hearings about the reality of anti-Semitism and the consequences of hatred when it is allowed to grow. You have heard about intimidation and incitement of hatred, about institutions that responded well, institutions that failed to respond, and institutions in which anti-Semitism was at times tolerated, enabled, or even encouraged. Our institutions need clear boundaries, firm standards, and leadership that distinguishes between what is right and what is wrong, what is free speech and what is hate speech, what is a protest and what is intimidation and vilification. We must have the tools and the courage to confront hatred and radicalization whenever and wherever it emerges. You have heard of the fear felt by the Jewish Australians and the measures that have been necessary to keep our community safe. I want to express my deep gratitude to the police and all those who have worked and continue to work so hard to keep our community safe. But security and safety are not the same thing. Security protects us from a threat. Safety is the absence of that threat. Security is the guard at the school gate, the police presence at a Jewish event. Safety is when you can walk home from a synagogue without fear, and when Jewish Australians participate in public life without needing special protection. Our goal must be a society in which Jewish Australians are not merely protected, but genuinely safe. The events that brought us before this Royal Commission are for us not simply a statistic or a headline.
For us, it is an empty seat at a Shabbat table. This is a child asking a parent whether it is safe to wear something identifying them as Jewish in public. For many Australian Jews, something fundamental changed last December. At the conclusion of this Royal Commission, there is a significant question before us. What kind of Australia do we choose to be? This is not only a question for Jewish Australians. A society in which hatred and extremism are allowed to grow is ultimately a threat to the character of the country itself. Australia has a choice about what it is prepared to tolerate, what it is prepared to defend, and what values it is prepared to stand up for. I know an Australia where survivors of the Holocaust came and rebuilt their lives, where Jews built synagogues and schools, raised families, and contributed to every part of national life without having to choose between being proudly Jewish and proudly Australian. That Australia has not gone. I believe it is still the Australia that the overwhelming majority of Australians want. But we should not assume it will preserve itself. Tolerance cannot mean losing the ability to distinguish between disagreement and intimidation. Freedom of speech cannot require indifference to hatred. The right to protest does not require us to accept the dehumanization of other Australians. And anti-Semitism does not become acceptable because it comes from one side of politics rather than another, or because it is expressed in the language of justice, religion, resistance, or some other supposedly noble cause. Anti-Semitism must be confronted wherever it comes from. And institutions entrusted with educating, protecting, and leading Australians must have the courage to recognize this and act. Australian Jews are not asking this country to adopt different values in order to protect us. We're asking Australia to have the courage to live by its own values. Freedom, democracy, the rule of law, mutual respect, the dignity of every human being, a fair go. These values belong to all of us, and they are worth defending. A society must know not only what it stands against, it must know what it stands for. You've just heard about Project Noah, a project close to Ellie's heart. It grew from the Noahide principles, the Jewish teaching that there are fundamental moral responsibilities shared by all humanity, regardless of faith, and the people of different backgrounds can find common ground without sacrificing or compromising what makes us different. Ellie's response to a complicated world was not withdrawal from it. It was engagement with it. He believed our Jewishness should make us more capable of contributing to the society around us, not less. That is social cohesion at its best. Not that we all become the same, but that we are confident enough in the values we share that our differences do not make us enemies. I hope to honor Ellie not by simply remembering how he died, but by carrying forward the values by which he lived. In moments of darkness, we still have a choice: anger and division, or another path. In the aftermath of the Bondi attack, I witnessed extraordinary acts of compassion and solidarity. Support came from people of all faiths and backgrounds, community leaders, public officials, and ordinary Australians reaching out with messages of support. To them, thank you. On the final night of Hanukkah, we returned to Bondi Beach. Under extraordinary security, we returned and we kindled light in a place that had known such darkness. not because we have stopped grieving, not because the pain has disappeared, but because, as I said that night, we refuse to allow darkness to have the final word. The Jews who returned to the ancient temple in Jerusalem could not undo its desecration, nor the enormous loss of life. They could only decide what to do next. They cleared the temple, they rebuilt, and then they brought back the light. Perhaps that is the task before Australia now. There are things that must be confronted. There are boundaries that must be restored. There are institutions that must learn from what has happened. There is hatred that must no longer be rationalized, excused, or ignored. But we also have to build. We have to teach our children what freedom requires of them, not only what it gives them. We have to rediscover the confidence to say that some things are right and some things are wrong, while making room for Australians who profoundly disagree with one another's views to share this country in peace. Commissioner, my grandson was just 2 months old when his father Eli lost his life. He will come to know his father through his mother, brothers, sisters, his grandparents, aunts, uncles, through stories and through legacy Eli left behind. And one day he will be old enough to understand what happened on that Sunday, 14th of December 2025. And I wonder what Australia he will know by then. Will he learn that the warning signs were there, that hatred was allowed to grow, and that even after Bondi, Australia failed to change course? Or will he learn that Bondi became a moment when Australia understood where unchecked hatred can lead, found the courage to confront it, and chose another path? The Commission has listened. Australia has heard. Soon there will be findings and recommendations. Then the responsibility passes to governments, institutions, communities, and every one of us. Australia is at a crossroads. On the final night of Hanukkah, the Jewish community made its choice. We returned, we rebuilt, and we lit the menorah. My prayer is that when my grandson is old enough to understand what happened to his father, he will also be able to understand what Australia chose to do about it. and that he'll be proud of the choice we made. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi. Your statement concludes the evidence of this commission, and I thank you for it. And I will now adjourn.